Hello everyone. Welcome to the channel, where crime meets comfort and mysteries unfold while you go for the sleep. Before we begin, I'd love to know, where are you from and what time is it right now? Let me know in the comments. I'm always curious to see who's joining me on these late night adventures. Now let's begin the story. The night shift in the server room was always quiet, too quiet sometimes. The kind of quiet where you could hear your own breath, your own heartbeat, and every tiny creak the building made as it settled. I never used to mind it. I liked the solitude, the way the hum of the machines filled the silence just enough to keep me from feeling completely alone. But that night, something was different. I had been working in server room 7B, an old section of the building that hadn't been fully decommissioned but wasn't exactly in active use either. The overhead lights were dimmer here, flickering slightly, and the air had a musty, stale quality to it, as if it hadn't been disturbed in too long. I was supposed to be running a diagnostic on a few old machines that were scheduled to be removed. It was busy work, really, something to keep me occupied while I waited for my main tasks to finish processing. That's when I noticed it. Across the room, near the far wall, was an old, decommissioned terminal. The screen was blank, dark, its power cable dangling loose from the back. It shouldn't have been displaying anything at all. But as I turned my head slightly, the dim glow of the monitor caught my eye. At first, I thought I was seeing my own reflection. But as I stepped closer, my stomach tightened. It wasn't my reflection. The screen was showing a hallway, but not one from this building. It was narrow and dimly lit, the walls lined with peeling yellowed wallpaper. A single flickering, fluorescent tube hung from the ceiling, casting a weak, sickly light. I blinked, looking over my shoulder. The room I was in was nothing like that. It was modern, clean, filled with server racks and cables. But the hallway on the monitor, it looked old, forgotten. I shifted to the side, testing the reflection. The image didn't change. Usually, reflections moved when you did, the angle shifting naturally. But the hallway and the monitor remained perfectly still, like a photograph, except for the door. At the end of the hallway, past the flickering light, stood an ornate wooden door. It had an old-fashioned, almost Victorian look to it, with intricate carvings along the frame and a brass handle. Something about it unsettled me. I stepped back, shaking my head. Maybe I was just overtired. Maybe my mind was playing tricks on me. But just as I turned to walk away, movement caught my eye. A shadow flickered across the screen. I froze, my breath hitched in my throat. The shadow stretched unnaturally, its elongated form moving in a way that seemed wrong. It walked slowly down the hallway and the monitor, its movements slightly delayed, as if mimicking mine a few seconds too late. I turned my head. There was nothing behind me, but in the monitor, the shadow was still there. I felt my pulse hammering in my ears. My hands were clammy, my fingers tingling as a cold chill crept up my spine. The figure stopped. It turned its head toward me, but its neck bent at an unnatural angle as if it had been snapped and left to dangle. I took a step back. The shadow in the monitor did the same, just a second too late. I clenched my jaw, trying to steady my breathing. This wasn't possible. The terminal wasn't even plugged in. It wasn't connected to any network. There was no way this was happening. I grabbed a thick blanket from a nearby chair and threw it over the monitor. For a second, everything was quiet. I exhaled, rubbing the back of my neck, forcing a nervous chuckle. But then, a faint glow began to seep through the fabric. My stomach twisted. I reached out, hesitating for a moment before pulling the blanket away. The hallway was still there, and the ornate door was slightly open. I stumbled back, my hand brushing against the cold metal of a server rack behind me. My vision blurred for a moment, and a sudden wave of vertigo washed over me. The room spun, tilting sideways, and I felt an odd, distant vibration in my chest, like something was pulling me toward the screen. And then, through the open door and the reflection, I saw Got a hand, long pale fingers just barely visible beyond the cracked doorway, waiting, reaching, and then it knocked. The knock wasn't loud. It was soft, rhythmic, 3 slow, deliberate taps. But the sound didn't come from the monitor. I felt it, a faint vibration deep in my chest, like a second heartbeat. I sucked in a breath, pressing a hand to my sternum, expecting to feel nothing. But it was still there, a pulse that didn't belong to me. I staggered backward, my foot catching on the edge of a power strip. The server rack behind me groaned, the metal creaking under my weight. The vibration pulsed again, a faint tremor that seemed to spread outward. I turned my gaze back to the monitor, pulse hammering in my ears. The ornate door in the reflection was open wider now. Not much, just a few inches more, but enough to see into the darkness beyond it. Enough to know that something was there. I fought the urge to run. My mind screamed at me to get out, to leave the server room, to put as much distance between myself and that godforsaken monitor as possible. But some terrible curiosity rooted me in place. I needed to see. I reached into my pocket with trembling fingers and pulled out my flashlight. It was a cheap thing, one of the standard issue work, lights we carried on night shifts. My thumb hovered over the switch. I hesitated. I didn't know why, but something deep inside me, something instinctual, begged me not to do it. But I had to. I flicked the light on. For a split second, my own reflection appeared in the monitor, just my face pale and wide-eyed, staring back at me. And then, the hallway returned. Only now, something had changed. The shadowy figure was standing right in front of the ornate door. I gasped, my breath catching in my throat. It was closer now, its form barely distinguishable against the dim lighting. The elongated silhouette had too many sharp angles, as if its limbs weren't quite jointed the way they should be. Its head tilted slowly, just as before, unnatural and broken. But now it was staring directly at me. I didn't move. Neither did it. For a moment there was nothing. No sound, no movement. Just that awful stretching silence. And then, it stepped forward. I lurched back so hard that I hit the server rack, knocking a clipboard and a tangle of loose cables onto the floor. The clatter echoed in the empty room. The figure in the monitor moved again, mirroring me with a delay of about half a second. Its footfalls made no sound, but I felt them. A faint, ghostly pressure against the floor, like an echo of something that wasn't really there. My breath came in short, uneven gasps. I knew I needed to do something, anything, but I couldn't think. My mind was blank, paralyzed by the sheer, overwhelming wrongness of what I was seeing. And then I heard it. A sound, just behind me. Not a footstep. Not breathing. Something else. Something wet. A slow, dragging scrape like something being pulled across the floor. I spun around, flashlight raised, the beam slicing through the dim room. There was nothing there, just rows of server racks humming quietly in the dark. My pulse pounded against my ribs. I turned back to the monitor, my skin crawling with dread. The ornate door was now fully open, and the shadowy figure was gone. I swallowed hard. I wanted to tell myself that it had just disappeared, that it had faded into the reflection, that this nightmare was over. But I knew better. It wasn't gone. It was here, in the room with me. The air in the server room had changed. It felt thicker somehow, heavier, like the oxygen had been sucked out and replaced with something stale, something unnatural. The hum of the machines, usually a comforting presence, had become nothing, more than background noise to the pounding of my own heartbeat. I stood frozen, my flashlight trembling slightly in my grip. The monitor still displayed that impossible hallway, the ornate door now gaping open like a mouth waiting to swallow something whole. The figure was gone, but I could feel it. The sensation was subtle at first, just an itch at the back of my skull, a whisper of movement where there was none. The temperature seemed to have dropped, though I knew that shouldn't have been possible. The servers gave off constant heat enough that the ventilation had to run almost non-stop to keep The room cool, and yet I was cold. I turned slowly, my flashlight beam cutting through the dim space between the server racks. Shadows stretched unnaturally along the walls, warping under the artificial light. I swept the beam carefully, forcing myself to breathe evenly. Nothing. No movement. No shape. But the feeling didn't go away. It was watching me. I knew that much. I took a slow step back toward the terminal, my boots making almost no sound against the tile. The flashlight trembled slightly in my grip, but I forced myself to keep moving. I needed to leave. But something inside me, some terrible, morbid curiosity, wouldn't let me. I turned back to the monitor. The hallway was unchanged, but something caught my eye. A small, dark mark on the wallpaper. I leaned in slightly, squinting. It wasn't a mark. It was writing, 3 simple words scrawled in dark, uneven strokes. Do not turn. A chill rolled down my spine. Turn. What? I swallowed hard, forcing myself to look away from the screen. My hands felt numb, my skin clammy with cold sweat. The feeling of being watched intensified. I wasn't alone. I could hear it now just barely, a faint sound like breathing, but not quite. Too slow, too deliberate. It wasn't coming from any one direction. It was all around me. I had to move. I took a slow, cautious step toward the door. My legs felt stiff, as if my body was resisting the very idea of leaving. I gritted my teeth, forcing another step. The monitor flickered. I stopped. The hallway in the reflection wasn't empty anymore. My stomach dropped. The figure was back, but it wasn't standing at the end of the hall this time. It was right behind. I felt it before I even turned around. The air shifting, the deep, pulling sensation in my chest as if something was reaching out, just barely brushing against me. I spun. The flashlight beam cut through empty space. Nothing. No movement. No figure, but something had changed. The server racks looked different, or maybe it was just the way the shadows fell. Too long, too stretched, as if the room had shifted in some imperceptible way. I turned back to the monitor. The hallway was gone. The screen was black. The only thing left was my own reflection. But then my reflection blinked, and I didn't. I stopped breathing. My own reflection stared back at me from the dark screen of the monitor, its face slack, eyes wide. But there was something off. Something wrong. It had blinked. I hadn't. I slowly lifted a hand. The reflection followed, but there was a hesitation, just half a second too long, like it had to think about it first. The air around me felt thick, suffocating. The hum of the servers, usually a steady background noise, now pulsed in and out, like it was moving further away. Or maybe I was the one moving. My head felt light, the room tilting slightly. I needed to get out. Now. I turned toward the door, not running, but not walking either. My steps hurried and uneven. My fingers curled around the cold metal handle, and I twisted it hard, locked. My stomach lurched. That wasn't possible. There was no lock on this door. It had never been locked before. I yanked harder, but it wouldn't budge. A noise behind me, a slow, deliberate scrape like something being dragged across the floor. I didn't want to turn around, I couldn't. My breathing was too loud, too ragged. My pulse pounded in my ears, drowning out everything else. The dragging sound stopped, and then a whisper, so faint, so close, right against my ear. Turn. I spun, my flashlight beam shaking violently as it swept the room, empty. But I knew better. The reflection in the monitor was still moving. It wasn't copying me anymore. It was standing still, its body stiff, rigid. But its eyes followed me. And then slowly, it smiled. A deep, stretched grin, the kind that didn't belong on a human face. I stumbled back against the door, my hands fumbling against the handle, my fingers slipping against the sweat on my palms. I slammed my fist against it, desperate now. Let me out. The reflection took a step forward. Not me, it, the thing in the monitor. Another step, and another. My vision blurred. The room felt wrong, like I was standing somewhere I shouldn't be. The air was thick, charged with something I couldn't explain. Then the light flickered. For just a fraction of a second, everything went black. When it came back, the reflection was gone. The screen was empty. Just darkness. Then a breath. Not mine. Behind me. I didn't turn. I couldn't. Because I knew deep in the pit of my stomach, if I turned around, I wouldn't be looking into the monitor anymore. I'd be looking at it. The air behind me felt heavy, like the presence of something vast and unseen, pressing in from all sides. The room was dead silent, the hum of the servers swallowed by something deeper, something waiting. I did not turn. I couldn't. Every nerve in my body screamed at me to run, to fight, to do anything, except stand there frozen. But I knew in some deep primal way, that if I moved the wrong way, if I acknowledged it, I would never leave this room. I forced myself to breathe. In, out, steady. The reflection in the monitor was gone, but I wasn't alone. The whisper that had brushed against my ear moments ago had been real. The dragging sound had been real. I tightened my grip on the flashlight. And then, just when I thought the silence would consume me, the door handle turned on its own. A slow, deliberate click. I lurched away from it, my back hitting the server rack, my breath coming in short, panicked bursts. The handle twisted again, this time more forcefully. Then it rattled, like something was trying to get in. No, not trying to get in, trying to keep me from leaving. I clenched my jaw. No, this was not happening. Turned back toward the monitor, hoping, praying, that whatever had been in the reflection was still trapped inside. It wasn't. The monitor was dark, but as I stared at it, the screen flickered, just for a second like a weak signal struggling to hold. And in that flicker I saw something else. Not the hallway, not the ornate door, the server room, but not the way it was now. It was empty. The chairs were gone. The equipment was covered in dust, like it hadn't been touched in years, and the door, the same door I had been trying to open, was hanging off its hinges, broken and forgotten, like no one had been in here for a long, long time. My pulse thundered. The reflection wasn't showing the past, it was showing the future. I shook my head violently. No, that wasn't real. It couldn't be. A low, scraping sound echoed behind me, closer this time. I squeezed my eyes shut. Whatever this thing was, whatever had crawled out of that reflection, it was here. In the room with me. I gripped the flashlight tighter. No. More waiting. No more standing still. I lunged for the door. The moment my fingers touched the handle, the temperature in the room plummeted. A blast of cold air rushed past me, like something had been waiting for me to move. And then, the door swung open. I stumbled through it, half falling into the hallway outside. The lights flickered wildly, casting erratic shadows along the walls. My ears rang, my skin prickling as if something was right behind me, just inches away. I didn't look back. I couldn't. I ran. Down the hallway, past the other empty rooms, past the blinking security cameras that wouldn't catch any of this. Only when I reached the main control room, slamming the door shut behind me, did I finally stop. My breath came in ragged gasps. My hands shook as I braced myself against the desk. I was out. I was alive. I forced myself to turn, expecting to see something. Some proof of what had happened. But there was nothing. Just an ordinary office, dimly lit by the glow of status, monitors, No flickering screens, no impossible reflections, no sign of whatever had been in that room with me. I let out a shaky breath. Maybe I had imagined it. Maybe I had been awake too long, working too many night shifts. Maybe it was just the monitor in front of me flickered, and for a single terrible moment, I saw the ornate door, slightly ajar, and something standing just beyond it, watching, waiting. The screen went black. I left the building that night and never went back. I had always been protective of my younger sister, Anya. Our parents had passed when we were teenagers, leaving the two of us to navigate the world alone. I took on the role of guardian, even as we grew into adulthood, her stubborn independence, clashing with my overbearing concern. She was 26, strong-willed and sharp, carving out her own success in the corporate world. But to me, she was still the little girl I had sworn to protect. I failed. I arrived at Anya's apartment around 8:30 p.m., exhausted from a 3-day business trip to St. Petersburg. Her building, a sleek, high-security condominium in central Moscow, was one of the safest places in the city. Biometric scanners, security cameras, a 24-hour doorman, she had spared no expense in making sure she was safe. But the moment I stepped into the hallway outside her apartment, a strange unease settled in my gut. Her door was ajar. Anya was meticulous, always locking up. I hesitated for only a second before pushing it open, stepping inside. The apartment was eerily quiet. Anya? My voice echoed through the modern, minimalist space. The lights were dim, the air heavy with the faint scent of bleach. Something was wrong. I moved through the apartment quickly, checking the kitchen, the bathroom, her bedroom. No sign of her. Her phone was on the nightstand, her coat draped over a chair. The glass of wine on the coffee table was half empty, as if she had set it down mid-sip, and yet she was gone. I tried to stay rational. Maybe she had stepped out to visit a friend. Maybe she had forgotten to lock up. But deep down I knew Anya would never have left the door open. I called her cell. No answer. I called again, straight to voicemail. My pulse quickened as I grabbed my own phone and dialed security. The building's head of security, a former military officer named Ivan, picked up immediately. "Mr. Petrova?" His voice was brisk. "Anya's missing," I said, already moving toward the front desk. "Her apartment door was open when I got here." A pause. "She didn't leave through the main entrance today." A chill ran down my spine. Ivan met me in the lobby, already pulling up the security footage from the last 24 hours. I stood over his shoulder, watching the black and white recordings. 15 p.m. Anya enters the building, carrying grocery bags. 42 p.m. A delivery man drops off a package at her door. 7 p.m. The last known footage of Anya stepping out onto her balcony with a cup of tea. 30 p.m. Nothing. p.m. Nothing. 27 p.m. Me arriving and stepping into the elevator. Anya had never left the building. And yet, she was nowhere to be found. The police arrived within the hour. I had already torn through the apartment again, looking for anything, any clue, any indication of where she had gone. But it was a forensic officer who found it first. "Sir," he called out, crouching near the bedroom doorway. He lifted his gloved hand, revealing a faint smear on the floor. "This is a cleaning agent. Someone tried to wipe something away." My stomach dropped. The apartment wasn't just a crime scene. It had been sanitized. The lead investigator, Detective Andrei Sokolov, was a seasoned officer, his face lined with years of experience. He wasted no time interviewing security staff, checking footage, questioning the residents. And then there was Sergei Volkov, Anya's next-door neighbor, a quiet, unremarkable man in his mid-40s. I had seen him a few times in passing, a polite nod exchanged in the elevator. He was a mechanical engineer, working from home, mostly keeping to himself. When Sokolov knocked on his door, Volkov answered with a slow, deliberate smile. "I heard. Some commotion," he said, voice smooth, almost amused. Is something wrong? Sokolov studied him carefully. Did you see or hear anything unusual last night? Volkov shrugged. No. Anya was always very discreet. I stiffened at the way he said her name. Sokolov continued pressing. And you were home all evening? A pause. A fraction of hesitation. Of course, Volkov said, meeting the detective's gaze. Where else would I be? There was something off about him, something too casual, too indifferent. And when he turned to me, his expression unreadable, I knew. He was hiding something. By midnight, the apartment was fully processed. The police confirmed that no security footage showed Anya leaving the premises, nor did any digital records indicate her accessing the elevators after 6:07 p.m., which meant only one thing. Whoever had taken her was already inside. Someone who had access, someone who knew how to avoid detection. 2 days passed with no sign of Anya. Then a breakthrough. Forensic analysis of the apartment revealed faint, partially smudged fingerprints near the balcony door. The cleaning agent had obscured most of them, but not all. When the results came in, Sokolov called me immediately. We got a match, he said, grimly. My heart pounded. Who? A long pause. Sergei Volkov. By the time the police returned to Volkov's apartment, he was gone. His unit, almost identical to Anya's, was disturbingly sterile. Clean. Too clean. As if he had anticipated this moment. But he had made one mistake. The search led investigators to a hidden soundproofed room, concealed behind a sliding panel in his workshop, and inside, they found traces of Anya's DNA. A deeper search uncovered something even worse. A digital tablet hidden in a locked drawer. When police cracked it open, they found a series of manipulated images, distorted, unsettling photographs of Anya. Her face altered, twisted into strange artificial expressions, and a document. A detailed, meticulously written plan. A plan for her abduction. Every step accounted for. Every contingency considered. Volkov had been watching her for years, studying her, waiting for the right moment. A nationwide manhunt was launched, Interpol notified, border security tightened. Volkov had disappeared, but he couldn't run forever. As I stood in Anya's empty apartment staring at the place where she had once stood, I made a silent vow. I would find him. I would bring him to justice. And I would make sure he never had the chance to do this to anyone else again. The days after Anya's disappearance blurred into a haze of sleepless nights, endless police briefings, and the gnawing horror of not knowing what had happened to her. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw her standing in the doorway of her apartment, smiling, alive. Then I'd wake up to the reality that she was gone. Volkov had vanished without a trace. The moment the forensic team identified his fingerprints in Anya's apartment, the police had descended on his unit, tearing through every inch of his carefully curated life. His sterile, minimalist apartment revealed nothing at first until they found the hidden room, soundproofed. Small, devoid of furniture except for a single chair bolted to the floor, and traces of Anya's DNA. That was when the case changed from a missing person investigation to a homicide. Volkov had prepared for this moment. He had wiped his devices clean, discarded his phone, and left behind nothing that could be used to track him. His car was still parked in the building's underground, garage untouched. No plane tickets, no credit card transactions, no security footage of him leaving. It was as if he had evaporated into thin air. But I knew better. Volkov wasn't a ghost. He was a man, and men could be found. Detective Sokolov didn't waste time. Every train station, airport, and bus depot in Moscow was put on high alert. His name was added to international watch lists, and Interpol flagged him as a fugitive. But Volkov had planned for this. His digital footprint was almost non-existent. No active social media, no family connections, no close friends. He had built a life designed to be erased at a moment's notice, and that meant he had help. 2 days into the search, we got a lead. A traffic camera on the outskirts of Moscow. had picked up a vehicle matching the description of a black van reported stolen the night of Anya's disappearance. The plates had been switched, but forensic analysis of the image caught something chilling. A figure in the passenger seat. A man wearing a black hoodie, his profile barely visible in the grainy footage. Volkov. He was still in Russia. The tablet, found in Volkov's apartment, was a disturbing glimpse into his mind. It wasn't just the manipulated images of Anya. It was the files, the detailed logs. He had been watching her for years. There were notes dating back to 2013, times she left. For work, routes she took while jogging, where she liked to shop, maps of her apartment layout, scribbled reminders about her schedule, lists of her most frequently ordered takeout meals. He had memorized her life, and he had been waiting. The search for Volkov intensified when a breakthrough came from an unlikely source, a stray dog. A group of children playing near a construction site on the outskirts of Moscow had been startled when a stray emerged from the rubble carrying something in its mouth. One of the children's fathers, curious, took a closer look. It was a human hand. The police swarmed the area, combing through the abandoned lot. Hours later, they uncovered a shallow grave, hastily dug, partially collapsed from the winter thaw. Inside were human remains. The forensic team worked quickly, running DNA tests through the national database. The results confirmed what I already knew. It was Anya. The discovery of her body should have given me closure. It didn't, because only partial remains were found. Anya had been dismembered. The forensic team determined that her body had been cut apart with surgical precision, each limb carefully severed, her remains scattered in different locations. Sokolov's face was grim when he sat me down in the police station. "He's playing with us," he said. "This wasn't just about getting rid of evidence. This was something else." He was right. Volkov had planned every moment of Anya's abduction, every step of her murder. And now he was controlling what happened next. This wasn't over. Not even close. Days turned into weeks. The police followed every lead: anonymous tips, surveillance footage, underground networks known for forging passports. Then, a breakthrough. A woman came forward, a gas station attendant in a remote village near the Ural Mountains. She reported something strange. A man who had stopped by late at night paying in cash, never speaking a word. She remembered him because of his eyes, cold, empty, and because of what he bought: duct tape, cleaning supplies, rope. Sokolov and his team moved fast, tracking his route. A string of sightings followed: a diner owner who recalled a man who ate alone, a truck driver who picked up a hitchhiker matching Volkov's description. He was moving. He's trying to disappear into the wilderness, but he wasn't fast enough. March 2nd, 2015. The Russian Special Police raided a remote hunting cabin near Perm, deep in the woods. Inside, they found Volkov, alone, surrounded by maps, burner phones, and a passport under a false name. He didn't resist, didn't speak. He simply smiled. The interrogation room was small, dimly lit, the air thick with cigarette smoke from the officers watching behind the glass. I wasn't supposed to be there, but I had demanded to see him. Volkov sat across from me, handcuffed to the table. He looked different, thinner, his hair unkempt, but his eyes were the same, cold, amused. "Dmitri," he greeted me like an old friend. I clenched my fists. "Where is the rest of her?" He smiled. "Gone." Sokolov cut in, his voice sharp. "Tell us how you did it." Volkov leaned back. "It started long before you ever noticed me." His voice was smooth, deliberate. He described how he had studied Anya, how he had watched her, how he had rehearsed the perfect night to take her, how he had waited in the underground parking garage, how he had subdued her before she could scream, how he had carried her, unconscious, past her own door and into his, how he had kept her alive just long enough. Then, the final admission. "I took her apart," he said, "piece by piece." The room went silent. I lunged for him. Sokolov caught me before I could reach the table, shoving me back. Volkov never flinched. He just smiled. Volkov was convicted. Life in prison. No chance of parole. It wasn't enough. Anya was gone. The bright, sharp-witted woman who had fought her way through life, who had made me promise to always look out for her, reduced to forensic evidence and cold case files. Some nights I still see her standing in the doorway of her apartment, smiling. And then I see the open door, the empty room, the shadow lurking inside, waiting. The trial of Sergei Volkov was supposed to bring justice, closure. But there is no such thing as closure when you've lost someone like Anya. I sat in the front row of the courtroom, gripping the wooden railing so tightly my knuckles ached. The outer walls were lined with journalists, their cameras flashing, their pens scratching across notebooks as they recorded every gruesome detail. Outside, protesters gathered, demanding the death penalty, though Russia had long since abolished it. Volkov sat at the defense table, dressed in a gray suit looking almost ordinary. He didn't seem like a man who had spent weeks evading law enforcement, who had kept a soundproof room next to mine, who had butchered my sister with calculated precision. He looked calm, like he had already won. The prosecution was relentless. They laid out everything, the forensic evidence, the security footage, the chilling notes from his tablet. The jury listened in stunned silence as they played back his confession, his voice smooth and devoid of emotion. I took her apart, piece by piece. The lead prosecutor, a sharp-eyed woman named Irina Kovalev, didn't flinch as she turned to the jury. This was not an act of passion. This was not a moment of weakness. This was a long, carefully planned crime committed by a man who enjoyed what he did. She turned toward Volkov, and he would have done it again. Volkov only smirked. That was when I realized this trial wasn't about justice for him. It was a performance. Volkov's attorney, a state-appointed man who looked like he hadn't slept in weeks, had little to work with. The evidence was overwhelming. The confession was damning, so he played the only card he had: a history of childhood trauma. Volkov's past had been scrubbed clean from most public records, but the defense unearthed the details. His father had abandoned the family when he was 5. His mother, an alcoholic, had neglected him. When he was 9, an accident in a factory where his mother worked had left him with severe burns on his arm, leading to years of reconstructive surgery and isolation. They painted him as broken, a victim of a cruel world. They claimed he had acted out of deep-seated psychological damage, that he hadn't been able to control himself. I wanted to laugh or scream. This wasn't about trauma. This was about control. Then came the hardest part. Anya's remains had been recovered in pieces, some buried, some scattered, but not all of her had been found. The forensic expert took the stand, his voice clinical as he explained how certain remains had been subjected to high temperatures, how parts of her body had been burned. The words washed over me, hollow and meaningless, until he said one thing. We estimate that at least some of these burns occurred post-mortem, but others may have... I didn't hear the rest. I had to leave the courtroom before I collapsed. The trial lasted for months. The jury deliberated for 3 days. When they returned, the air was so tense I could barely breathe. The foreman stood unfolding the paper with shaking hands. Guilty, on all counts. A rush of noise, cameras clicking, reporters whispering. The judge read out the sentence: life in prison, no parole. I should have felt relief. I should have felt something. But when I looked at Volkov, his expression was the same. He turned to me and smiled. I left the courthouse that day knowing one thing. Justice had been served, but Anya was still gone, and Sergei Volkov had taken more than just her life. He had taken a part of mine too, and I would never get it back. The trial was over, but the nightmare didn't end. In the months that followed, I tried to return to my life, to find some sense of normalcy. But how do you rebuild when the foundation of your world has been gutted? Anya's apartment remained sealed by the police for weeks, the lingering scent of bleach and forensic chemicals clinging to the air when I was finally allowed inside. Her books were still stacked neatly on the coffee table. Her favorite blanket was draped over the arm of the couch. It felt like she had just stepped out for a moment and would return at any second. But she wouldn't. I had her things packed into boxes, unable to stomach the thought of strangers going through them. The reality of her absence hit me hardest when I found her perfume bottle on the bathroom counter, half used, the scent of jasmine and cedar still clinging to the glass. I broke down right there, gripping the sink, gasping for breath. 3 months after Volkov's sentencing, I received the first letter. I almost didn't open it. The return address was from a maximum security prison outside St. Petersburg where Volkov had been sent. My hands shook as I unfolded the page. Dmitri, you still think of her, don't you? I do too. Every day. She was perfect. You must wonder what her final moments were like. If she suffered, if she screamed, if she called out for you. I'll tell you the truth. She didn't scream at first. She fought, yes, but screaming came later. I threw the letter across the room, bile rising in my throat. How had he sent this? Why was he still able to reach me? I stormed into the police station the next morning, demanding an explanation. Detective Sokolov was already aware. Other victims' families had reported similar letters. Volkov wasn't just writing to me. He was taunting multiple families, feeding off the pain he had caused. We're investigating how he's getting them out, Sokolov assured me. But men like him, they don't stop. That night I burned the letter. It didn't erase his words from my mind. The second letter came weeks later. This time, it wasn't just words. Inside the envelope was a single Polaroid, a picture of a hand. Severed, burned. Anya's. I recognized the scar near her thumb, the small tattoo she had gotten when she was 19. I barely made it to the sink before I vomited. Sokolov was furious. Someone in the prison is helping him, he said, pacing in his office. There's no way he's sending these on his own. They launched an internal investigation, but the damage had been done. The letters kept coming, sometimes once a week, sometimes once a month. Some were detailed accounts of what he had done to Anya. Others were simple notes. Still thinking about her. There's more you don't know. I can see you, Dmitri. The last one made me install security cameras around my apartment, double-check every lock. I barely slept. Volkov was behind bars, but I still felt like he was watching me. And maybe he was. The final straw came when I was contacted by a journalist, a woman named Elena Markova, who had been investigating Volkov for years. I need to show you something, she said. We met in a dimly lit cafe in central Moscow. She slid a folder across the table. Inside were grainy surveillance photos. They showed Volkov, taken nearly a decade ago. He was sitting in a park, watching Anya. Other photos showed him near her workplace, at her favorite cafe. He was following her long before you ever knew, Elena said. Years before he took her. The reality of it hit me like a fist to the chest. He had been hunting her. For years, and we never saw him. I couldn't take it anymore. The letters, the photos, the constant knowledge that Volkov was still out there, breathing, thinking about her. I made a decision that night. Justice had failed me. The system had allowed Volkov to torment me even from behind bars. If the law couldn't silence him, then I would. I had spent the last year waiting for justice. It never came. Volkov was supposed to rot in a maximum security prison, locked away forever. But he was still there, still reaching beyond the bars. His letters arrived like clockwork, each one another wound. Another reminder that Anya's suffering had not ended with her death. I couldn't do it anymore. If the system wouldn't stop him, I would. Killing a man in prison isn't easy, but it isn't impossible. I spent weeks studying the facility, learning its routines, its weak spots. I reached out to people who operated in the gray areas of the world, ex-military, men who knew how to make things happen without asking questions. And then, finally, I found my way in. A guard, a man drowning in debt, desperate enough to listen. When I offered a way out, I paid him well, more money than he'd see in a decade working that miserable job. In return, he would do one thing. He would make sure I got inside. February 7th, 2016. 1 year to the day since Anya disappeared. I walked into the prison under a false name, my credentials carefully forged, my identity wiped clean from the visitor logs. The guard led me through the dimly lit corridors, past rows of cells filled with men who had long since lost any hope of freedom. Then, finally, we stopped. Volkov sat inside his cell, unaware that his time was about to run out. He was reading, of all things, a book. Something academic, something dense. He liked to act like he was better than the men around him, like he didn't belong there. The guard unlocked the door. 5 minutes, he muttered before stepping away. Volkov barely looked. Up, finally, he murmured, setting the book down. I was wondering when you'd come. I stepped inside, my hands in my coat pockets. You expected me? He smiled. Of course. Men like you don't move on. You can't. My fingers tightened around the handle of the knife I had brought. You enjoyed it, didn't you? I asked. His smile widened. Every second. I didn't let him say another word. The knife went in fast, slipping between his ribs just below his heart. He gasped, a sharp, strangled sound, his hands flying up too late. I twisted the blade, watching the light fade from his eyes. For the first time since Anya's death, I felt peace. The guard returned moments later. He looked down at Volkov's twitching body, then at me. You have 2 minutes. I nodded. I wiped the knife clean, placed it in Volkov's hand. The official report would say it was a suicide. A prisoner who had finally given up. No one would ask too many questions. I stepped out of the cell, my heart pounding but steady. As I walked back down the corridor, the weight I had carried for a year finally lifted. Volkov's death was ruled self-inflicted. His case was closed. The letters stopped. The nightmares didn't. I still see Anya sometimes, standing in the doorway of her apartment, smiling. But now, when I wake up, I know one thing for certain. The man who took her will never hurt anyone again, and that's enough. I don't know why I bought it. It was an impulse, a passing fascination that gripped me the moment I saw it sitting in the dusty corner of that antique shop. The wood was dark and polished, the carvings delicate and intricate, floral patterns that wound around the edges like ivy. A tiny brass key stuck out from its side, and when I turned it, the box clicked open with a soft, almost breath-like sigh. The melody was haunting. Slow, off-kilter. A lullaby, but one played just slightly, out of tune, as if the notes had worn down over time. It sent a chill down my spine, but I told myself it was just my imagination. Old things had their own histories, their own stories. I didn't think much of it when I took it home. That first night, I set it on my bedside table and turned the key once more, letting the melody play as I drifted off to sleep. At exactly midnight, I woke up. The music box was playing again. I sat up, groggy, my mind struggling to catch up. I knew for a fact that I had closed the lid. The melody was slower now, dragging out each note like something was pressing its weight against the mechanism. Turned on the lamp and reached for the box. Cold. The wood was damp beneath my fingers, as if it had been sitting in the rain. I rubbed my hand against my blanket, unease curling in my stomach. I knew. I hadn't left my window open. The room smelled different too. Not damp exactly. Not like mold or mildew. Earthy. Like freshly turned soil, thick and rich. Like something buried deep. I told myself it was nothing, that I was overthinking it. I placed the music box inside my nightstand, shutting the drawer firmly before turning out the light. It didn't matter. At exactly midnight, the music played again. This time I heard the scratching. I lay frozen in bed, my breath shallow, my ears straining against the silence that followed the last warped note of the melody. Then, scratch. A slow, deliberate scratching sound coming from beneath the floorboards. It wasn't the creak. of the old wood settling or the scuttle of a mouse. This was different. Rhythmic. Intentional. I sat up, my pulse pounding against my ribs. The music box was inside the drawer, locked away, and yet the melody had played, twisting itself into the silence like a whisper. I reached for the nightstand, hesitating before pulling the drawer open. The music box sat exactly where I had left it. Still, silent. But the inside of the drawer was damp. A slick, dark residue coated the bottom, thick and sticky beneath my fingertips. I recoiled, wiping my hand against my blanket. The scent of earth filled the air, heavier now, clinging to my skin. Scourge. Scourge. It hadn't stopped. If anything, the scratching was growing more urgent. I threw back the covers and stepped onto the wooden floor, flinching at how cold it was against my bare feet. The air felt thicker, like the heat had been sucked from the room. Slowly, I crouched down and pressed my palm against the floorboards. Something moved beneath my hand. I jerked back, my breath catching in my throat. It was faint, but I had felt it. The faintest vibration, a subtle shifting like something alive was just beneath the wood. I grabbed the music box and wrapped it in layers of fabric, stuffing it deep inside my closet beneath a pile of sweaters. My hands shook as I slammed the door shut. It didn't matter. At exactly midnight, the music played again and the scratching got louder. The scratching was relentless. It wasn't just beneath the floorboards anymore. It was in the walls, behind the dresser, under the bed, everywhere. A slow, deliberate scraping, like something was testing the barriers, searching for a way, and I barely slept. When morning came, I forced myself to act normal, made coffee, took a shower, avoided looking at the closet where I had hidden the music box, but the feeling of being watched lingered, pressing against my skin like humidity before a storm. By the time night fell, my nerves were frayed. I decided to stay awake. I kept the lamp on, a book in my lap, forcing my mind onto anything else. But the air felt wrong, thick, humid, like a greenhouse left too long in the sun. And that smell. The damp, cloying scent of soil and something decayed. At exactly midnight and the music box played, I heard it, muffled, distant, but unmistakable. I snapped the closet door open. The sweaters were undisturbed, the music box still buried beneath them. And yet, the melody drifted through the room, crawling up the walls, curling around me like breath against my neck. And then, the window. Condensation had gathered on the glass, thick and uneven. And there, traced into the fog, were symbols. No, not symbols. Illustrations. Flowers, tangled together in unnatural patterns. Vines curling like skeletal fingers. Roots burrowing downward. I reached out, heart hammering, and wiped a trembling hand across the glass. The drawings vanished, dissolving into streaks of moisture. For a moment, the room was silent. The music had stopped. The scratching had faded. I let out a shaky breath, my pulse still erratic. Then I looked down. Dark flower petals were scattered across the floor. I hadn't brought flowers into the house. The petals were black, and I had a feeling they had been left for me. I didn't touch the petals. I should have. I should have picked one up, studied it, convinced myself it was just some trick of the mind, that maybe I had brought flowers into the house and forgotten. But I knew better. They hadn't been there before, and they smelled like the earth. I grabbed the broom and swept them into the trash, refusing to let my hands make contact. But even after they were gone, the scent lingered. Damp soil, rotting wood, something ancient and growing. I barely ate that day. Every bite tasted wrong, metallic, as if something was settling inside me, thick and heavy. The house was quiet. Too quiet, and I told myself it was fine, that I was fine. I wasn't. That night, I didn't try to stay awake. I just locked the closet, shoved the nightstand drawer closed, and pulled the blankets up over my head like a child hiding from a nightmare. It Didn't help. At exactly midnight, the music box played. I squeezed my eyes shut. The scratching returned. Not just beneath the floorboards. From inside the drawer. I turned on the lamp with shaking fingers. The drawer trembled against its frame, the wood groaning under an unseen force. I didn't move, didn't breathe, just watched as thin cracks splintered along the surface and as if something inside was pressing outward. The air was dense with heat, suffocating. The scent of soil and decay filled my lungs. I reached for the handle. The moment my fingers brushed the wood, the drawer lurched forward on its own, stopping inches from my stomach. It was empty. The music box was gone. And now, the scratching was coming from inside the walls. The scratching was everywhere now, not just beneath the floorboards or behind the dresser. It was inside the walls, above the ceiling, beneath my feet. It moved in quick, frantic bursts, then slowed, as if waiting for me to react. The music box was gone. I searched the house, every room, every drawer, every closet. I tore through my belongings, desperate to find it, to end this. But it had disappeared, as if it had never existed in the first place. The house smelled like damp earth. The air was thick, humid, pressing against my skin like unseen hands. I tried to open a window, but the glass wouldn't budge. The locks twisted, refusing to move. Even the front door, deadbolt undone, handle turned, wouldn't open. I was trapped. A sound stopped me cold. The music started again, drifting through the walls. The same distorted lullaby, warping and stretching with every note. But now it was closer. And I wasn't alone. A shadow stood in the corner of the room. I didn't see it move. One moment the space was empty. The next it was there. Tall, twisting, its edges curling like vines reaching toward the ceiling. The shape of a body, but wrong. Too thin, too long. Its limbs swayed with the melody, its fingers dragging against the wall, leaving dark, withered streaks where it touched. Couldn't breathe. I took a step back. So did it. I tried to speak, my voice barely above a whisper. "What do you want?" The music twisted, lowering into something deep, something guttural. The melody wasn't a song anymore. It was breathing. The scratching turned violent. The walls buckled. The floorboards groaned beneath my feet. The heat grew unbearable, the scent of rotting soil clinging to my skin. I ran to the door, my hands slamming against the wood, pulling, twisting. Nothing. Behind me, the scratching became pounding. The walls cracked. I turned just in time to see them split open. Something reached through. I screamed. The last thing I heard was the music box, its notes unraveling into silence. And then, darkness. The cottage was just as I had left it, or so I thought. The drive back had been long, the road winding along the coast, sea mist rolling over the cliffs and swallowing the edges of the pavement. I had always loved this stretch of road. The way, the salt air crept in through the car vents, the distant cry of gulls overhead. This cottage, my cottage, had been my retreat for years, a place to escape the city, to be alone with my thoughts. But as soon as I stepped inside, something felt wrong, and at first it was subtle. The air was heavier than I remembered, thick with the scent of brine. Not just the familiar salt air that drifted in from the sea, but something stronger, sharper, like the damp insides of a fishing boat, like the tide pooling and rotting wood. And then I saw the stains. Dark, irregular patches stretched across the polished wooden floor of the main hall. Large and uneven, they pooled like spilled water, glistening under the dim afternoon light. I stood frozen in the doorway, my pulse quickening. It looked like salt water. I checked the windows first. All sealed. The front door? Still locked. There was no sign of forced entry, no overturned furniture, nothing missing. The place was exactly as I had left it, except for these strange, impossible stains. I took a careful step forward. The wood creaked beneath my feet, and I realized something else. The stains weren't wet. They looked like water but the floor was dry. I crouched down, running my fingers over the largest patch. The surface was smooth, untouched, yet the stain shimmered, as if a thin layer of water was trapped just beneath the wood. My stomach tightened. I had spent years in this house, knew every creaky floorboard, every drafty corner. This had never happened before. I followed the stains with my eyes. They started near the front door, stretching inward, as if something, or someone, had entered the house dripping wet, walked into the center of the hall, and then disappeared. The stains just stopped right there in the middle of the room. No trail leading to another room, no retreating footprints. I stood up, shaking off the unease creeping along my spine. It was just water. Maybe a leak from the roof? A burst pipe somewhere? There had to be a rational explanation. I grabbed a mop and a bucket from the closet. The water swirled as I dunked the mop in, the sound strangely loud in the quiet of the house. I pressed the mop against the floor, scrubbing at the stains. They vanished instantly. For a moment, relief settled in. Maybe it had just been a trick of the light. Maybe I was imagining things. Then I heard it. Drip. The sound was soft. Too soft. I straightened, heart hammering. Drip. Drip. I looked around. The sound had no clear source. It wasn't coming from the ceiling, not the sink, not the windows. I turned back to the floor, and the stains were back, right where they had been. The mop slipped from my fingers. The stain I had just erased had returned, dark and glistening, untouched by my efforts. My breath came in short, uneven bursts, and then I saw something even worse. The stains had shifted. They weren't just random patches anymore. They had moved, forming a new pattern, a ring around me. The floor was dry beneath my feet, but everywhere else the stains encircled me in a perfect, unbroken shape. Drip, drip, drip. I swallowed hard, stepping backward toward the front door. The moment my foot left the clean space, my shoe touched the stain, and the air changed. The scent of brine deepened, turning almost rancid, like something dredged up from the bottom of the ocean. The temperature in the room dropped, an unnatural cold sinking into my bones. I reached for the doorknob. It didn't turn. My fingers trembled as I twisted harder, rattling the lock, pushing against the wood. Nothing. The door wouldn't budge. Turned, pulse pounding, scanning the room. The windows closed. The back door out of sight. Drip. The sound was inside the room now. I opened my mouth to say something, to myself, to the empty house, to whatever presence had made itself known. But before I could speak, the stains vanished. Not faded, not dried up, just gone. As if they had never been there. I stood there, breath heavy, fingers still gripping the doorknob. The floor was clean, the air still, the only sound, the faint crash of waves against the cliffs outside. Had I imagined it? No. The scent of salt and decay still clung to my clothes. My shoes were still damp from stepping into the stain. I backed away from the door, turning toward the hall. I needed to check the back entrance, see if whatever had left those stains had somehow come from there. As I walked deeper into the house, the silence pressed in. Every floorboard groaned beneath my steps. The walls felt too close. The air thick like the weight of the tide just before a wave crashed down. I reached the back door and froze. The stains were there too. A perfect trail leading from the front door to the center of the hall. Something had come inside, and it had never left. I backed away from the back door, my pulse hammering in my ears. The stains were still there, dark against the polished wooden floor, glistening under the dim light. The air felt heavier than before, thick with the sharp scent of salt and something deeper, something that reminded me of old, waterlogged wood. I swallowed hard. The stains had formed a perfect path, from the front door to the center of the hall, then stopping abruptly, as if whoever had tracked them inside had simply vanished. Turned on every light in the house, a childish reaction maybe, but necessary. The yellow glow of the bulbs cast long shadows along the walls, making the space feel smaller, more contained, more real. I didn't believe in ghosts, but I knew when something wasn't right. I grabbed a towel from the kitchen, dampened it under the faucet, and knelt beside the stains. The moment I pressed the cloth against the wood, the stain seemed to dissolve beneath it, vanishing like ink spreading through water. For a moment, relief settled in. And then, drip. I froze. Drip. Drip. The sound was unmistakable. The slow, deliberate fall of water. But from where? I turned my head toward the ceiling, expecting to see a leak, but there was nothing. No water, no dampness, just smooth, unbroken drywall. The sound continued. It wasn't coming from above. It was coming from below. I pressed my palm flat against the floorboards. The wood was dry, but the moment my skin touched it, a strange vibration ran through my fingers. A pulse, a shift, like something beneath the house was moving. I yanked my hand back, my breath coming faster now. I forced myself to stand, to move, to act. I opened the back door, needing fresh air, needing to step outside and convince myself I was imagining all of this. The door groaned on its hinges, the night air rushing in, cool and damp. The scent of the ocean was strong, but beneath it the sharp and briny stench from inside the house clung to my senses. I turned back toward the hall. The stains were gone. The floor was clean, as if nothing had ever been there, but the dripping had not stopped. It was louder now, more insistent. And then, the worst part. It wasn't just coming from the floor anymore. It was coming from the walls. The dripping sound followed me, slow and rhythmic, like the steady beat of something waiting. I stood in the doorway staring at the spotless floor, my breath unsteady. The stains had vanished, completely gone, but the air still smelled of brine, thick and suffocating. The house was quiet except for that damn dripping, an unnatural sound that seemed to crawl through the space, moving without a source. I took a slow step back into the house. The sound shifted. It wasn't coming from below me anymore. It was around me, inside the very structure of the house, the walls, the ceiling, the corners where the light didn't quite reach. I clenched my fists. Hello? My voice felt wrong in the empty space. It didn't echo the way it should have. It just died, swallowed by something heavier than silence. No response. I moved cautiously down the hall, running my fingertips along the smooth, wood-paneled walls. I wasn't sure what I was expecting. Moisture, maybe, or some trace of what had happened here. But the surface was dry, warm from the heat of the lamps, and yet the dripping continued. I stopped by the staircase, heart hammering. Something felt different. The house had always been old, full of creaks and groans, the kind of sounds that came with age and the sea air pressing in over the years. But this was new. The walls felt too thick, the space too tight, as if something else had settled into the structure, expanding, pressing outward. I moved to the closest window and drew back the curtain. The glass was fogged over, not with condensation, not with the natural moisture of the sea air. Something had been drawn onto it. I leaned in, breath catching in my throat. Faint, almost delicate, patterns of vines and flowers sprawled across the surface, twisting into strange, intricate designs, the kind of overgrowth you'd see deep beneath the ocean where the sun never reached. I wiped my sleeve across the glass. The designs vanished immediately. For a moment, the room was completely silent. Then, drip. The sound came from behind. I turned too quickly, my pulse hammering in my ears. The hallway stretched out empty, the floor gleaming under the soft yellow light. Nothing moved, but the dripping had changed. It wasn't just water anymore. It was thicker, slower, like something seeping through the walls. A faint darkness began to spread along the baseboards, inching forward like a tide rolling in. The smell of salt and decay grew overpowering. I took a step back. The walls groaned. Something was inside them, and it was waking up. It was. The walls swelled. That was the only way to describe it. The wood, the plaster, the very bones of the house shifted, stretching and contracting like lungs pulling in air. A low creak ran through the floorboards, a noise so deep and resonant that I felt it in my chest before I heard it. I stood frozen in the hallway, staring as the dark stains along the baseboards moved, creeping forward with deliberate, unhurried intent. The air was thick with brine, but there was something else now. A damp, organic scent. Something like rotting wood and deep-sea vegetation, the kind of smell that clung to fishing nets left too long in the water. I forced myself to breathe. Something was wrong with the house. I needed to leave. I turned toward the door, heart slamming against my ribs. The air shifted, growing denser, pressing against my skin like an unseen current. The walls groaned again, a deep guttural noise that sounded almost alive. The dripping intensified, not just one steady rhythm anymore, but multiple. A slow, wet chorus echoing from inside the walls, the ceiling, the floor beneath my feet. I reached the front door and grabbed the knob. It was cold, colder than it should have been, like metal left outside on a winter night. I twisted hard. Locked. My stomach twisted. I knew for a fact I hadn't locked it when I came back earlier. I turned back toward the hallway. The stains had spread. They reached almost to the center of the hall now, the inky patches forming irregular patterns, as though something had dragged itself across the floor. The light in the room flickered, and for the briefest moment I saw something, a shape, reflected in the dark sheen of the stains. A shape that wasn't mine. The walls swelled again, and then they exhaled. A rush of damp air poured into the room, carrying with it the overpowering scent of salt and decay. The light flickered again, and the reflection in the stains moved, twisting, shifting, rising. I stumbled back, a sharp chill racing up my spine. The shape was no longer just a reflection. It was coming through. I ran. I ran for the back door, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The floor felt soft beneath me, like wet sand shifting under my weight. Every step was harder than the last, like the house itself was pulling me back. The walls groaned, deep and shuddering, the sound reverberating through my bones. The dripping had turned into something else entirely. A slow, wet squelching, as if something thick and living was moving through the walls. I reached the back door, gripping the handle. With both hands. It was locked, just like the front. I twisted, yanked, slammed my shoulder into the wood. Nothing. Behind me, the air shifted. I didn't want to turn around. I shouldn't turn around. But I did. The stains had spread across the entire floor, now swirling in patterns too precise to be random. And in the center of the room, something was rising. It didn't have a shape, not at first. Just a mass of dark water, its surface rippling, shifting. But as I watched, something began to form within it, limbs too long and jointed at the wrong angles. The air grew heavy, pressing against my chest, my ribs, my skull. It had no face, just the outline of something that once was human, but had become something else, something born of the tide and the deep and the dark places where the light never touched. The house groaned again, and this time I felt it bend, as if the walls were thinning, giving way to something beyond them. The scent of salt and rot was unbearable now, burning my throat, clinging to my skin like damp seaweed. The thing in the center of the room took a step forward, and the house breathed in. I stumbled backward, my body screaming for me to run. But the door was still locked, the windows wouldn't open. Every exit had been sealed, as if the house itself had decided, "You will not leave." Panic surged through me, cold and electric. I fumbled for my keys, my hands shaking so badly I could barely grip them. I tried again. The lock twisted. The door flew open. I didn't think. I bolted. The cold night air hit me like a wave, the sky too dark, the wind thick with the same briny, decayed scent. I didn't stop until I reached my car, throwing myself inside and locking the doors. My chest heaved, my vision blurring. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then I looked up. The cottage windows were dark. No movement. No sound. Just the silhouette of the house against the night. But the stains were still there. I could see them through the glass, glistening even in the dark. And then, drip. The sound came from inside the car. I didn't wait. I started the engine, hands shaking, tires kicking up gravel as I tore down the road. I didn't stop. Not until I reached town. Not until I was somewhere safe, somewhere far from that house. I never went back. I never looked back. But sometimes, in the dead of night, when the air is damp and the scent of salt creeps in through the cracks of my window, I still hear it. Drip. I still remember the last message Leo sent me. "Marina at midnight, don't tell anyone, trust me." That was Leo, always chasing shadows, always in the middle of something just beyond my reach. When I read that text, I should have called him. I should have asked questions. Instead, I rolled my eyes, sighed, and told myself I'd talk to him in the morning. But there was no morning. By the time the sun rose over the quiet waters of Briar Lake, Leo Maxwell was gone. The next day, I went about, life as usual, until I called Leo and he didn't answer. That wasn't like him. He was the kind of person who always picked up, even if it was just to tell me he was too busy to talk. By the afternoon, I started to worry. By the evening, I was calling everyone we knew. It wasn't until I called my uncle, Victor Thorne, that the fear in my chest turned to ice. "He's not missing," Victor said. "We talked last night at the marina." He walked off after we had a disagreement. That was the first lie. I knew it the second he said it. By the time I arrived at Briar Lake Marina, the sun had dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in streaks of burnt orange and violet. The place was deserted, rows of boats rocking gently in their slips, the wind rattling against empty docks. I paced along the wooden planks, calling out his name, knowing he wouldn't answer. Leo had been here. Something had happened. And my uncle was the last person to see him alive. Victor had always been a man of authority, broad-shouldered, deep-voiced, the kind of person who didn't tolerate opposition. He ran a successful maritime business and liked to remind people of it. Growing up, I had never questioned his control over my life. But now, standing across from him, I saw something new in his eyes, a flicker of something that didn't belong. Guilt? Fear? "I told you already, Serena," he said, exasperated. "We argued. He got angry and left. That's all there is to it." But that wasn't all there was to it. Because as I stood on the dock, I noticed something Victor hadn't mentioned. Oh, broken railing, splintered wood, and just barely visible in the dim light, dark smears on the planks, seeping into the cracks like ink on old paper. Blood. By the time the detectives arrived, Victor had composed himself. He told them the same story. Argued, he walked off. I don't know where he went. But his version of events changed with every retelling. First he said Leo was calm when he left. Then he said he was furious. First he said he didn't know what they argued about. Then he claimed Leo had accused him of something ridiculous. Good liar knows how to make a story sound natural. Victor wasn't a good liar. Detectives combed through the marina, searching for any trace of Leo. They checked security cameras, but the footage was conveniently incomplete. The cameras near the Entrance showed Leo arriving around 11:50 p.m., but after that, nothing. Someone had tampered with the recordings. I knew who. Victor wasn't just lying. He was covering something up. 2 days later, the police dragged the lake. They didn't find Leo, but they found something else. A piece of cloth caught on the edge of a submerged dock post. Dark blue torn at the edges, Leo's jacket, and suddenly his disappearance wasn't just suspicious. It was something worse, something final. I stood at the edge of the water, staring at that torn fabric as the officers bagged it for evidence. My heart pounded, my mind racing. Leo wasn't the kind of man who walked away from things. He didn't just disappear. Something had happened at that marina, and I was going to find out what. Leo had been missing for 3 days, and my Uncle Victor was lying. The police questioned him again, and his story shifted. Subtly at first, then in ways too obvious to ignore. "We talked about business," he said. "Nothing serious." Later, when pressed, he owed some people money. I told him to be careful. And then finally, I told him to stay away from my family. That last part cut through me like a knife. Because what Victor really meant was, stay away from me. The marina felt different now, tainted by the knowledge that something violent had happened here. The docks, the boats, the still water, they all carried the weight of something unspeakable. The police combed through every inch, but nothing concrete surfaced beyond Leo's torn jacket and the broken railing. It wasn't enough. And then they found the storage locker. One of the detectives, a sharp-eyed woman named Rains, noticed something odd. A rental storage unit registered under Victor's name, one he hadn't mentioned. They forced it open. Inside was a mess of tools, coiled ropes, old nautical maps, and something that didn't belong. A notebook. Leo's notebook. The notebook was filled with sketches of paintings, notes on collectors, and cryptic phrases written in his scrawling handwriting. The curator, New Orleans. Too risky. Sailor, Maine, delivered the box. What's inside? Victor can't know. That last one sent a chill down my spine. Leo had been keeping secrets, but Victor had been one of them. I started digging. Victor had always presented himself as a successful businessman, a man who built his wealth through hard work and smart investments. But there was another side of him, a side buried beneath carefully crafted lies. 2 decades ago, he had been arrested for art forgery. It wasn't a well-known fact. He had managed to keep it quiet, using money and connections to distance himself from the scandal. The victim, a private collector who had purchased a supposedly rare painting from Victor, only to discover it was a counterfeit, the same kind of work Leo had been involved in. It was late when I found the courage to admit the truth to Detective Rains. Leo wasn't just an art dealer, I confessed. He was part of something bigger. She leaned forward. Explain. I swallowed hard. He was involved in underground appraisals. Rare paintings, pieces with complicated histories. Illegal sales? I hesitated. I don't know for sure. But he was working with someone he called the curator. He mentioned a lost masterpiece, something dangerous. Rains studied me carefully. And Victor? I let out a slow breath. He hated Leo, and he had reason to want him gone. The next break came from Savannah, Georgia. A pawn shop owner called in a tip after seeing Leo's missing person report. He recognized Leo from security footage. 2 weeks before his disappearance, Leo and I had been in his shop selling a small antique box. I had no memory of it. But the footage didn't lie. Leo had handed over the box. I had been standing beside him, and yet I couldn't remember being there at all. Leo had been hiding something. Victor had wanted it, and now Leo was gone. I looked back at his final message to me. Marina, at midnight. Don't tell anyone. Trust me. I should have been there, should have stopped this. And now I would find out what really happened that night, no matter what it took. Leo had been missing for 5 days. Each passing hour made it harder to believe he would be found alive. The police were still calling it a missing persons case, but I knew better. Missing suggested hope, and I didn't have any left. Not after What I found in Victor's storage locker. Not after what the pawn shop owner told me. Leo had been scared. He had been hiding something, and whatever it was, Victor was at the center of it. Victor's dislike for Leo had never been a secret. He had tolerated him for my sake, masking his resentment under polite indifference, but it had always been there. Confronted him the night after the marina search, standing in the doorway of his study as he poured himself a drink. He didn't look surprised to see me. "You shouldn't be here, Serena." I ignored the warning in his tone. "How long are you going to keep lying?" Victor sighed, swirling the amber liquid in his glass. "I told you what happened. He left. You hated him." He took a slow sip before meeting my eyes. "I didn't hate him, but I didn't trust him either, and neither should you." My stomach tightened. "Why?" Victor leaned against the desk, his expression unreadable. "Because Leo wasn't who you thought he was. You think he was just an art dealer? Just some guy trying to open a gallery?" He let out a humorless laugh. "He was a fraud, Serena. A liar. And he got himself into something he couldn't handle." I took a step closer. "And you made sure he wouldn't get out of it, didn't you?" His eyes darkened. "Careful. For the first time in my life, I was afraid of him. Detective Raines called me the next morning. "We found Leo's laptop," she said. "It was left at an internet cafe downtown." I drove there immediately, heart pounding. The laptop had been wiped clean. Whoever left it behind had tried to erase everything, but forensic techs recovered fragments of encrypted messages. One stood out. "The lost masterpiece isn't lost. The curator knows." And then another. "Victor can't know." I stared at the screen, the words sinking in. Leo had been keeping something from Victor, something valuable, and now he was gone. I spent the next day digging through every record I could find on Victor. The forgery case from years ago wasn't just a single incident. It was part of a larger operation. Victor had been part of a network that created and sold counterfeit paintings, passing them off as rare masterpieces to wealthy collectors. He had been caught once, but someone powerful had helped him avoid a long prison sentence. And Leo? He had been digging into it. His notebook, the coded journal in the marina storage locker, everything pointed to the same thing. Leo had uncovered Victor's past, and that had gotten him killed. I stood outside Victor's house that night staring, at the front door, my hands trembling. I knew the truth now. Leo was dead, and Victor had killed him. But knowing it and proving it were two different things. I needed more. I needed a confession, and I was willing to do whatever it took to get one. I had spent my whole life believing that blood meant loyalty, that no matter what, family came first. But standing in front of Victor's house that night, I realized something. Family wasn't about blood, it was about trust. And Victor had shattered mine. The house was quiet when I stepped inside. Too quiet. Victor sat in his study, a glass of whiskey in his hand, the dim light from the desk lamp casting long shadows across his face. He didn't look surprised to see me. "You look like you've made up your mind about something," he said, setting his glass down. I swallowed hard. "Where is he, Victor?" A slow smile spread across his face. "Still pretending you don't know?" My stomach tightened. "I don't know." He leaned back, considering me. "Then you're not as smart as I thought." I stepped closer. "You killed him, didn't you?" Victor sighed, rubbing his temple. "Serena, you have no idea what Leo got himself into. He was reckless. He put you in danger, too." I clenched my fists. "That's not an answer." Victor studied me for a long moment. Then he let out a slow breath and stood. "You want the truth?" He gestured for me to sit. "Fine. I'll tell you." I stayed standing. Victor poured another drink, his movements calm, controlled. But there was something behind his eyes. Something cold. "I met Leo at the marina that night because he asked me to," he started. "Said he had something important to discuss. He was desperate, panicked." I gritted my teeth. "Why?" "Because he was in deep with the wrong people," Victor said. He owed money to some very dangerous collectors. He thought he had something they wanted, a painting, a lost masterpiece, but it wasn't real, just another one of his scams. I shook my head. That's not true. Leo wasn't like that. Victor chuckled. You think you knew him? Leo was a con artist, Serena. He was trying to sell something he didn't have, and when it all started to fall apart, he begged me for help. The room felt smaller, the air too thick. What happened at the marina, Victor? I demanded. He took a slow sip of whiskey. He got aggressive. Said I had to help him, that I owed him. He tilted his head, his expression darkening. And when I told him no, he threatened me. I frowned. Threatened you how? Victor exhaled sharply. Said he knew about my past. About the forgery case. He was going to use it against me. I felt my pulse quicken. So you killed him? Victor didn't flinch. He lunged at me first, he said smoothly. I defended myself. I took a step back, my breath catching. You defended yourself? Victor met my gaze. I didn't mean to kill him. I wanted to believe that. But I had seen the bloodstains on the dock, the broken railing, the signs of a struggle. Victor wasn't telling the whole truth. I pressed forward. Where is he? Victor was silent for a long time. Then finally he said, the lake. My knees almost buckled. You dumped his body? My voice cracked. Victor's expression didn't change. He was already dead, Serena. There was nothing else to do. My hands trembled. You knew, I whispered. You knew I was looking for him. You let me believe he might still be alive. Victor sighed. I did what I had to do. I stared at him, my world spinning. Leo had died at the marina. Victor had killed him. And then, like he had done so many times, before he had covered his tracks but not well enough, I pulled out my phone, pressed stop. Victor's eyes flickered to the screen. For the first time all night, his confidence wavered. You recorded that? His voice was low. I met his gaze, my hand steady. Every word. A slow exhale. A flicker of something dark. And then, he smiled. You think that's enough? I stepped back. I think it's over. And for the first time, I saw something new in his eyes. Fear. Victor's face remained unreadable, but I saw it. The flicker of something he rarely allowed himself to show. Fear. For the first time, he realized he had lost control. I held my phone tight in my hand, the recording still playing, his confession echoing softly through the speakers. My heart pounded, but my voice stayed steady. You killed him, I said again, just to hear the words aloud. And you thought you'd get away with it? Victor exhaled slowly, setting his whiskey glass down with careful precision. His fingers tapped against the desk as if weighing his options, and then he smiled. You don't understand how the world works, Serena, he said. You think this recording means something? You think the police will hear it and put me away? He tilted his head. I'm not some petty criminal. I know people. I own people. His voice was calm, but his eyes betrayed him. He knew the walls were closing in. For the first time in my life, I saw my uncle for what he truly was. A man who had spent years lying, covering his tracks, manipulating everyone around him. A man who thought he was untouchable, but not this time. Took a deep breath and dialed Detective Raines. Victor's smirk faded. Serena, I held up a hand. No more talking, she answered on the second ring. I have something you need to hear, I said. 15 minutes later, the police were at the door. Victor didn't resist. He didn't beg, didn't plead. He simply straightened his jacket, exhaled, and turned to me one last time. I only ever wanted to protect you. I didn't believe him. Because protecting me had never meant killing Leo. It had never meant lying to my face, covering up a murder, pretending like he still had control. And as they led him away in handcuffs, I felt nothing. No sadness, no grief, just relief. Leo's body was recovered a week later. They found him exactly where Victor had said, weighted down in the lake, his remains barely recognizable after weeks underwater. The sight of it broke me, but at least now he wasn't lost. At least now he could rest. Victor's trial lasted months. He was found guilty of second-degree murder, 30 years in prison, no chance of parole. It wasn't enough. It would never be enough. But it was justice. In the months that followed, I tried to piece my life back together. Leo's apartment was packed up, his belongings divided between friends and family. His dreams of opening a gallery would never happen, but I made sure his art, his real art, was displayed. His name wouldn't be forgotten. As for Victor, he tried to reach out from prison. Letters, messages through lawyers, all ignored. He was nothing to me now. Leo once told me that art outlives the artist, that no matter what, something of us always remains. Victor took his life, but he couldn't erase him, and that, in the end, was Victor's greatest failure. I still remember the day Sydney went missing. It started like any other, just a quiet November morning in Nebraska. The sky an endless gray stretch, the wind biting against bare tree branches. My phone buzzed just before noon. It was Sydney's mother. Her voice was tight, controlled, but I could hear the fear underneath. "She didn't come home last night," she said. At first, I didn't panic. Sydney was 24, an adult, and sometimes she just needed space. But as the hours stretched on, that uneasy feeling in my gut turned to something heavier. The last time anyone heard from her was the night before. She had been excited, texting, friends about a date she was going on, a girl from Tinder, someone named Audrey. I had my doubts from the start. Sydney had struggled for years, with depression, anxiety, all the things that made trust a complicated thing for her. She took her low medication, went to therapy, did everything she was supposed to do, but she still had a way of putting her faith in the wrong people, and now she was gone. By the time the police got involved, it was already too late. They did their routine check-ins, asked the usual questions. What was she wearing? Where was she last seen? Was there any reason she'd run away? Her family and I all gave the same answer. No, Sydney wouldn't just vanish. Then, her friend found Audrey's Tinder profile, and that's when everything started to unravel. Audrey wasn't Audrey. Her real name was Bailey Boswell, and she wasn't just some random girl from Tinder. She was living with a man named Aubrey Trail, a man with a long history of fraud, deception, and something much, much worse. My stomach twisted when I saw their faces. There was something off about them. Bailey with her wide, too eager smile, and Trail with those cold, watchful eyes. They looked like the kind of people who wore their charm like a mask. Sydney's family went straight to the police. And that's when we realized how deep this went. When they searched Bailey and Aubrey's home, the place had been scrubbed clean. Too clean, like someone was trying to hide something. And then, a week later, they found her body, stuffed into a bag, left on the side of a road like trash. That was when the real nightmare began. The night they found Sydney's body, everything changed. Up until then, there had been hope, however fragile, that maybe she was still out there somewhere. Maybe she'd been taken but could still be brought home alive. But when the news came, it hit like a gut punch. They found her in a field off a remote highway, stuffed into a garbage bag, discarded like she was nothing. The air was sharp with early winter, the ground frozen beneath her. It was a hunter who found her first. He saw the black plastic tangled in the brush, torn open just enough to see what was inside. He called the police immediately, though I imagine he knew before they even arrived. The family got the call later that night. There was no way to soften the blow. Just the words, "They found Sydney." For the next few days, it felt like the whole town was frozen in shock. Even people who didn't know her, people who had only seen her in passing or knew her family, felt the weight of it. It was the kind of thing that didn't happen here. Murders happened in big cities, on crime shows, in the kind of places people locked their doors at night. Not here. Not in Nebraska. The police had their suspects almost immediately. Everyone already knew about Bailey Boswell and Aubrey Trail, the strange couple Sydney had last been seen with. The ones who had cleaned their apartment so thoroughly, it made investigators suspicious. But the problem was, at first, there wasn't enough. No witnesses, no direct evidence linking them to the crime scene, just the gut instinct of the detectives and the nagging certainty that Bailey and Aubrey knew exactly what happened to Sydney. They disappeared soon after the search of their home, cut off their phones, stopped answering messages. Some people assumed they ran. Others thought maybe they were watching, waiting to see how much the police really knew. Either way, it didn't matter. The investigation was moving forward with or without them. The police combed through Bailey's Tinder history, piecing together her online life. It turned out she'd been talking to multiple women, all around Sydney's age. Some of them had even met up with her but had left when something didn't feel right. There were stories about how Bailey talked, how she brought up strange, uncomfortable topics too soon, or how she always insisted that the first date be at her place. A few women had mentioned Aubrey Trail too, how Bailey always seemed to have a roommate that she never really explained. And then there was the money trail. Aubrey Trail had a record. Fraud, theft, scams. He'd been in and out of jail more times than anyone could count. He was always running some kind of scheme, always looking for the next easy dollar. But what really caught the police's attention wasn't the fraud itself. It was what people said about him. The stories started small. He and Bailey had been heard talking about mind games and went about pushing people's limits. There were rumors that they had tried to recruit people into some kind of secret group. A cult, some said. Others just called it something worse. The police started reaching out to anyone who had crossed paths with them, and slowly the stories became more terrifying. People talked about how Trail would make promises of wealth, of excitement, of something bigger than themselves. He talked about power, about control, about how some people were meant to serve others. There were whispers about training sessions, about strange rules that had to be followed. And there were even darker rumors about how people who didn't follow the rules disappeared. It wasn't long before the FBI got involved. Bailey and Aubrey were officially fugitives now. There were warrants, posters, news stories about how they were persons of interest in Sydney's murder. Every time I turned on the TV, I saw their faces staring back at me, and then, out of nowhere, they reappeared. A video was uploaded online. It was Bailey and Aubrey sitting in some cheap motel room. They looked calm, almost smug, like they had planned this all along. Aubrey did most of the talking. He rambled about how they were being framed, how the police were twisting the truth. He claimed they had nothing to do with Sydney's death. But there was something about the way he said it. He never actually said they didn't kill her, only that they weren't responsible. It was a game. A sick, twisted game. And we were all playing along whether we wanted to or not. The video spread like wildfire. It wasn't just the police watching now, it was everyone. The news played it over and over, dissecting every second, trying to pick apart the words, the expressions, the strange smirk on Aubrey Trail's face. People online went wild with theories. Some believed them, thought maybe the police really did have the wrong people. Others saw through it immediately. They weren't hiding their innocence. They were taunting everyone. The way Aubrey spoke, the way Bailey sat beside him, quiet but nodding along. It wasn't the panic of two people being wrongfully accused. It was something else. Something colder. 2 days later, they were spotted. A security camera caught them walking into a Home Depot in Missouri. They looked normal, casual even, like they weren't on the run at all. Bailey had her hair tied back, wearing a sweatshirt and jeans. Aubrey trailed beside her, pushing a cart filled with supplies. That was what sent the real shivers down my spine. They weren't just hiding, they were preparing for something. The police moved fast after that. The moment the footage was confirmed, they traced every possible lead, where they had stayed, what car they were driving, where they might be headed next. They sent out alerts to hotels, gas stations, truck stops. Every cop in the area had their faces memorized. Then finally a break. A housekeeper at a small-town motel in Kansas recognized them. She had seen the news the night before and knew the second she walked past their door that it was them. She didn't hesitate. She called the police. When the cops arrived, the motel was quiet. It was the kind of place where people went to disappear, cheap, tucked away, barely a handful of guests. The manager handed over the room key without question. No one wanted a standoff. But inside, Bailey and Aubrey were waiting. Aubrey tried to run. He didn't make it far. The moment he burst out the back door, the police were already there. Guns drawn, orders shouted. He hesitated for half a second, his brain probably scrambling for a way out. Another lie, another trick. But there was none. He dropped to his knees. Bailey followed right behind him, hands raised, face blank. And just like that, it was over. Or at least it should have been. But Aubrey wasn't finished playing his games. The moment they got him in the interrogation room, he started talking. Not about Sydney, not yet, but about everything else. He bragged about scams he had pulled, about the people he had tricked, about the money he had stolen. He laughed as he described how easy it was to manipulate people, how some of them had practically begged to follow him. And then finally the conversation turned to Sydney. Aubrey leaned forward, smirking. "I know what you want to hear," he said. "But the truth is, she wanted this." The detective didn't react. "She wanted to be part of something bigger," Aubrey continued, his voice smooth, practiced. "We didn't kill her. She chose this." It was a lie, a sick, twisted lie. But Aubrey believed it. Or at least he wanted everyone else to. Bailey, on the other hand, barely spoke. When she did, it was short, quiet answers. She agreed with everything Aubrey said, nodding along like she had done in the video, but her hands trembled. She wasn't as confident as he was, and that was the crack the police needed, because for all his manipulation, all his mind games, Aubrey had made one mistake. Bailey wasn't as strong as he thought she was, and she was about to break. Bailey sat across from the detectives, hands clasped together so tightly that her knuckles turned white. She had barely spoken since they brought her in. Aubrey had done most of the talking, spinning his lies with that smug grin, playing his role like he had rehearsed it 1,000 times. But Bailey wasn't him. She wasn't laughing. She wasn't smirking. She looked exhausted. The detective across from her didn't push right away. He let the silence settle, let the weight of everything sink in. He slid a bottle of water across the table. She stared at it for a long moment, before finally reaching for it, twisting the cap with shaky fingers. "Bailey," the detective said finally, his voice calm. "We know what happened to Sydney." She flinched. "We know you and Aubrey took her back to your place," he continued. "We know something went wrong." She shook her head, her lips parting slightly, but no words came out. "You cleaned your apartment," the detective said, watching her closely. "You scrubbed everything down before we got there. You were trying to hide something." Bailey swallowed hard. "No," she whispered. "No?" The detective leaned forward slightly. "Then where did all the blood go?" Her breath hitched. That was the moment she realized it was over. The detective let the silence stretch again. Let her feel the walls closing in. She looked small in that chair, her shoulders hunched, her face pale. "You don't have to protect him," the detective said quietly. "You know that, right?" Bailey squeezed her eyes shut. She did know. Maybe she had known all along. And finally, she broke. Her voice was hoarse when she started talking, barely above a whisper. She told them how she and Aubrey had met Sydney on Tinder, how she had lured her in, made her feel comfortable, made her trust them, how it had all been a setup from the start. She said Aubrey had told her they were building something, a family, he called it, a group of people who would be loyal to him. who would follow his rules. He had convinced Bailey that Sydney wanted to be part of it, that Sydney chose this. But that wasn't true, because when Sydney got to their apartment, she realized too late that something was wrong. Bailey's voice cracked when she admitted what happened next. How Sydney had panicked, how Aubrey had gotten angry, how he had hurt her, how Bailey had let it happen. She covered her face with her hands, shaking as she admitted the worst part. They hadn't planned to kill her, not at first, but Aubrey had decided she couldn't leave, and Bailey, weak, scared, under his control, had done nothing to stop it. The room was silent when she finished. The detective didn't say anything right away, just let her sit with it. Let her feel the weight of what she had just admitted, and then finally he asked the question that had been haunting everyone since the day Sydney disappeared. Where is the rest of her? Bailey closed her eyes, and then, in a hollow voice, she answered. The truth was worse than anyone had imagined. Bailey's voice was barely above a whisper when she told them Aubrey had cut her up. Sydney wasn't just stuffed into a bag on the roadside. She had been dismembered. Her body, once whole, had been reduced to pieces, scattered across Nebraska, left in ditches, fields, and streams as if her life had never mattered at all. The detective didn't react. He had heard confessions before, had sat across from people who had done terrible things. But this was different. Because Sydney wasn't just a victim. She had been lured in, targeted, trapped. And now, she was gone, with only scattered remains, left to bring home. Bailey kept talking, her words tumbling out like she couldn't hold them back anymore. She told them about the night it happened, how Sydney had been tied up, how Aubrey had toyed with her, telling her she had a choice to prove her loyalty or die. She had fought, but it hadn't mattered. Aubrey had killed her, and Bailey had helped clean up the mess. She sobbed as she told them how they had packed Sydney's body into trash bags, driving across the state under the cover of night, stopping in random places to dispose of her piece by piece. By the time she was finished, the detective knew there was no saving her. Bailey. Boswell was just as guilty as Aubrey Trail, and now they both had to face the consequences. The trial was brutal. Aubrey kept up his lies, his smirks, his twisted logic. He laughed in court. At times, he acted like the whole thing was a game, as if none of it mattered. He mocked Sydney's family, saying she had wanted this, twisting the truth until it barely resembled reality. But the jury saw through him. And when the verdict came down, the words hit like a hammer. Guilty, for murder, for conspiracy, for the sick, twisted life he had tried to create. Aubrey Trail was sentenced to death. Bailey, in the end, wasn't spared either. She had tried to play the victim, to paint herself as someone trapped, manipulated, afraid. But the truth was simple. She had been given choices, and she had chosen to help kill Sydney Loof. The judge handed down a life sentence. Even then, it didn't feel like justice, because Sydney was still gone. Her family sat through the trial, listened to every awful detail, heard how their daughter had been hunted, like prey, lured into something she never saw coming. And when it was over, they had to live with that knowledge, that she had suffered, that she had fought, and that she had died, afraid. They buried what they could, held a funeral for a daughter, a sister, a friend. People came from all over Nebraska, people who had followed the case, people who had never met her but felt the loss all the same. And then, slowly, life moved on, but some wounds never really heal. Some nightmares don't end just because the killers are locked away. Sydney Loof had trusted the wrong person, and it had cost her everything. But she wouldn't be forgotten, not by the people who loved her, not by the world that now knew her name. The first time I met Alara, she had paint smudged on her fingers and a glint of curiosity in her eyes. She was the kind of person who left an impression, someone who carried light wherever she went. Even in a crowd, Alara stood out, not because she sought attention, but because she seemed to belong to a different world, one molded by her own hands. She had come to Savannah College of Art and Design to build that world, to shape it through sculpture, through delicate sketches of creatures that seemed like they had always existed, but had somehow gone unnoticed. She worked tirelessly in the studio, lost in the process, her headphones tucked into her ears, music barely audible over the hum of students chipping away at stone and wood. But in the spring of 2022, that light went out. Alara disappeared. Remember the morning of April 13th too clearly. The first thing that tipped everyone off was her silence. Alara wasn't the type to vanish. She always responded to texts, even if it was just a simple, busy, but I'll call later. But by noon, when no one had heard from her, worry started creeping in like the tide pulling back from the shore. Slow at first, but undeniable. By evening, we knew something was wrong. Her car was found near the marshlands outside of Savannah, doors ajar, keys missing. Inside, her bag sat untouched, her sketchbook still resting on the passenger seat. But the most disturbing part? The ground near, the car showed signs of a struggle. Footprints half washed away by the tide, scratches on the driver's side door, as if someone had been trying to hold on. She had been taken. The police acted fast. They traced her last known communications, combed through her messages, pulled security footage. The last video of her was from the night before, leaving a gallery opening alone, her silhouette small against the neon glow of the city. Her friends were questioned, her mentor brought in. And then, all eyes turned to the one person who had always been orbiting her life, a storm just beyond the horizon. Julian Thorne. Even before the investigation, Julian had been the name whispered in worried conversations. He was possessive, temperamental, the kind of person who made Alara feel like she was walking on a tightrope, balancing between affection and control. When they fought, she always swore she was done with him. But then he'd pull her back in with grand gestures, with apologies that felt like promises. And when the police dug deeper, the truth surfaced like something rotten in the marsh. Julian was the last person Alara spoke to before she disappeared. Julian's phone history was full of searches about tracking someone, about remote locations, about how to make a person vanish without a trace. And Julian? Julian was gone. By the time the authorities tried to bring him in for questioning, he had fled the city. For 2 days, he ran. But he didn't run far enough. They found him in Charleston, his car parked outside a motel. When they searched his trunk, the evidence was undeniable. Soil samples, strands of marsh grass, traces of plant life, all consistent with the area where Alara's car had been found. But Alara herself? She was still missing, and Julian refused to speak. Not about where she was, not about what had happened. He just smirked, as if he knew something the rest of us didn't, as if he had planned every step of this. The news spread fast. The kind of story that swallowed everything else, leaving only the empty space where a person used to be. Alara Vance was missing. Her face was on every screen, every flyer, every desperate social media post begging for answers. The photo they used was one of my favorites. Her laughing, sunlight catching in her hair, fingers stained with clay from the sculpture she'd been working on that day. It didn't seem possible that someone like her could just disappear. But as the days stretched on, hope began to thin, unraveling thread by thread. Julian still wasn't talking. He sat in the interrogation room, silent, patient, like he was, waiting for something. Maybe for the police to give up, maybe for us to stop searching, maybe just for the satisfaction of watching everyone else fall apart while he stayed perfectly still. But the evidence was stacking against him. They found Alara's digital tablet in his apartment. The case had been wiped clean, but forensic analysis pulled up faint fingerprints, hers and his. Her last messages had been to him. Meet me at the studio at 11. We need to talk. She had planned to end it, for good this time, and that was enough. Enough to push Julian into whatever dark spiral had led them both to that lonely stretch of marshland, where the tide could swallow secrets whole. The police searched the area where Ilara's car had been found. Volunteers combed the banks, wading through knee-high water, turning over every fallen branch, every pile of tangled reeds. They brought in search dogs, helicopters, forensic teams, but the marsh had already taken what it wanted. The ground was soft, deceptive, a place where footprints vanished overnight, where the tide could erase anything it touched. And Julian, he watched from behind bars, unmoved. They monitored his internet history. Before Ilara disappeared, he had searched for tidal patterns in the savanna marshlands, historical cases of missing persons in marshy terrain. How long it takes for evidence to degrade in water. This wasn't a crime of passion. It was calculated. It wasn't until they went through his belongings that they found the sketch. Folded neatly between pages of a worn notebook, Julian had drawn something, a map, not detailed, not labeled, just a rough outline of the marshland, an X-keys drawn in the center. No words, just that single mark, like a signature at the bottom of something final. They took him back into the interrogation room, laid the sketch in front of him, and waited. For the first time, Julian smiled, a slow, knowing curve of his lips, and then finally he spoke. "You'll never find her." The words settled over the room like a slow-moving storm. "You'll never find her." Julian leaned back in his chair, his fingers tapping lightly against the table, as if this was all just some game to him. The detective across from him didn't react, didn't rise to the bait. He just stared, waiting. For a long time, Julian said nothing else. The marshland search intensified. Law enforcement combed through miles of tangled wetlands, wading through mud and stagnant pools, searching for anything that might give them an answer. But Julian had been smart. He had chosen the perfect place. The marsh was alive in a way that few places were. Ever-changing, unforgiving. One moment, solid ground. The next, a sinkhole of thick, suffocating mud that pulled at boots, swallowed footprints. Even the air was heavy, clinging to skin with the weight of salt and damp earth. They brought in cadaver dogs trained to detect what the water tried to hide. For days the team searched. Nothing. Then on the fourth day, a signal. One of the dogs stopped, pawing at the earth near the base of a cypress tree. The handlers moved in, careful, their movements precise. They knew what they were looking for, what they were about to uncover, and then they saw it, a piece of fabric, tangled in the roots, half buried in the mud. A faded scrap of blue and white. A pattern Ilara's roommate confirmed was from a dress she had worn often. The search team pressed forward. The ground grew softer. The smell thickened. And then the discovery that shattered every last sliver of hope. A human bone. Not much. Just fragments. The marsh had already started to consume what was left. But it was enough. Enough for the forensic team to confirm the truth. Ilara had been here. She had never left. The news spread in whispers, then in headlines. The city of Savannah stopped. Ilara Vance was no longer just a missing person. She was a victim. Back in the interrogation room, Julian smiled again when they told him, like he had won, like he had known exactly how this would end from the moment he had led her into the night. And for the first time, as he sat in that cold, sterile room, staring at the officers who had spent weeks chasing his secrets, he laughed. Julian Thorne had always been good at controlling the narrative. For weeks he sat in his cell, silent except for the occasional smirk, the occasional cryptic remark that sent investigators spiraling deeper into the black hole of his mind. But now he had nowhere left to run. The courtroom was packed. The press filled every available space, cameras flashing, reporters whispering, the weight of their collective gaze pressing down on him. Alara's family sat in the front row, her mother, pale and composed, clutching a worn photograph of her daughter, her father jaw tight, eyes hollowed by weeks of grief and exhaustion. Julian walked in, calmly, wearing a pressed suit, as if this was nothing more than an inconvenience to him, as if he wasn't the reason an entire city had spent weeks searching through the marshes, looking for pieces of a girl who had once been whole. The prosecutor laid it all out, piece by piece. The digital trail, his searches on title patterns, forensic evidence, disposal methods, the map, that quiet, taunting X marking the very spot where Alara's remains were found, the tablet, found in Julian's possession, wiped clean, but still holding fragments of her last moments. The eyewitness accounts, students who had seen Alara and Julian arguing days before she vanished, people who had overheard him talking about how some people didn't deserve to leave. Then, the most damning evidence of all, Julian's own words. The interrogation recording was played for the court. His voice rang through the speakers, calm, smooth, deliberate. "You'll never find her." A murmur rippled through the crowd. Even he seemed to feel it. For the first time, Julian looked uneasy. The defense tried to argue that there was no direct proof that he had killed her, that the Marsh had done what Julian might not have been capable of himself. But the jury saw through it. Julian had left just enough behind. Not enough for a confession, not enough for a clear, direct admission of guilt, but enough to prove one thing beyond doubt. He had known exactly what he was doing, and he had known exactly what would happen to her. The verdict was read. Guilty. Julian Thorne, once the privileged son of a wealthy family, once the boy who had spent years tightening his grip on Alara's life, was sentenced to Byaum, life in prison without parole. Alara's mother closed her eyes. Her father exhaled, slow and unsteady. Julian, for the first time, looked small. His smile was gone. The walls had finally closed in. The trial was over, but the story never really ended. Julian Thorne was locked away, sentenced to live out the rest of his life in a 6 by 8 foot cell, stripped of the privilege and power that had once protected him. But for the people who had known Alara Vance, for the ones who had loved her, there was no real closure, because she was still gone. I visited her family a week after the sentencing. Their house felt different, quieter than before, like something essential had been removed from it. Alara's mother still had her artwork displayed, the intricate sculptures she had made, the delicate sketches taped to the fridge like she was coming home any second to finish them. But she never would. They held a memorial service at the college. Students gathered in the main studio, surrounded by Alara's unfinished work. Her professors spoke about her talent, her passion, the way she could take something raw and shapeless and turn it into something beautiful. Her best friend Mara stood at the front of the room, holding back tears as she read a letter Alara had written months before she disappeared. "I think I finally know what I want. I want to move forward. I want to create. I want to go somewhere where I can breathe." Julian had stolen that from her. He had made sure she would never get the chance. A few weeks later, I heard that Julian had been moved to solitary confinement. Other inmates didn't like him. Something about the way he carried himself, the way he still acted like he was better than everyone else even now. He had gotten into fights. He had spent days in silence before finally snapping, screaming at the guards, at the walls, at the reality that he would never walk outside as a free man again. In a way, I think that's what finally broke him. Not the sentencing, not the trial, but the simple, undeniable truth that he had lost. That for all the control he had once wielded, for all the ways he had tried to erase her, Alara's story would be the only thing anyone ever remembered about him, not his wealth. Not his name, just what he had done. The city of Savannah moved on. The news cycle shifted. But late at night, when the streets were quiet and the marshlands stretched out beneath the moon, the weight of her absence was still there. People still whispered about the case, about the girl who had wanted to leave and create, and about the boy who had made sure she never could. Ilara Vance had been taken too soon, but she wouldn't be forgotten, not by the people who had loved her, not by the city that had mourned her, and certainly not by Julian Thorne, locked away, left to rot with nothing but the memory of her face. The first thing I remember about the morning my mother died was the smell. The greenhouse always had its own scent: damp soil, fresh leaves, something faintly sweet lingering in the air. But that morning it was different. It was too strong, too sharp, the kind of scent that burned at the edges of my nose. I was 8 years old, too young to understand what death smelled like. I had woken up early, the way I always did, before the sun had fully crested over the trees. Our house sat at the edge of the woods, and when the mornings were quiet, I could hear the wind moving through the branches like a distant whisper. My mother usually woke up early, too. She spent most of her time in the greenhouse, tending to her plants before the rest of the house stirred to life. That morning, something felt off. I padded down the hallway in my socks, listening. The house was still except for the faint hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen. My father's study door was closed. He never woke up early. The greenhouse door was open, its frame barely ajar. That was the first thing that told me something was wrong. My mother never left the door open. She always made sure to close it, keeping the warmth inside, protecting her plants from the cold Vermont air. I stepped inside, the scent hitting me all at once. At first, I thought she was sleeping. She was lying on the ground, half curled, beside one of her large potted ferns, her long brown hair spread out like a fan of roots. Her hands were limp at her sides, her skin too pale. Her lips were slightly parted, and her eyes, half open, stared at something far beyond me. "Mom?" My voice was small, thin. She didn't move. I knew then, even at 8, I knew. I don't remember screaming, but I must have. I don't remember running back into the house, but someone must have heard me, because suddenly there were hands on my shoulders, voices, movement. I remember my older sister, Vivian, grabbing me, pulling me away. I remember my father's voice, calm, too calm, telling someone to call for help. I remember the way he didn't rush to her, didn't touch her. He just stood there, watching. And I remember as the paramedics arrived, as the strangers filled our house, the last thing I saw before my sister shut the door to the greenhouse. The bottle. A small glass vial tipped onto its side near my mother's hand. A thick, dark liquid pooled beside it, staining the soil. My father saw it too, and before anyone else could, he picked it up and slipped it into his pocket. After my mother died, the house became quiet in the wrong way. She had been the center of it, the thing that made it feel alive. Without her, it was like the walls had grown colder, like the light didn't reach the corners the way it used to. We weren't allowed to talk about what happened, or rather, my father didn't want us to. It was an accident, he told us over dinner, his voice even, unshaken. The doctor said she was weak. The treatment, no, it must have affected her more than we thought. The treatment, that was what he always called it, never medicine, never by its name, just the treatment. My father, Gregory Fairchild, had been giving her something for months. Herbal remedy, he called it, something to help her fatigue, to make her stronger, except she had only gotten weaker. At first it was subtle. She'd be tired in the afternoons, something she brushed off as stress. Then came the dizziness, the moments of confusion, the forgetting of things she shouldn't forget. I had seen it. Vivian had seen it, and my father had ignored it. After she died, everything was handled too quickly. The memorial was small, rushed. My father didn't want a funeral. "It's what she would have wanted," he said. But even at 8, I knew my mother wouldn't have wanted this. No music, no stories, no real goodbye. Just an empty room and a few forced words. And then, just as fast as it had all happened, my father disposed of everything. The medicine, the vials, the treatment records. He burned them. I saw him do it. Late at night, standing by the backyard fire pit, his face lit orange by the flames. I watched from my bedroom window as he tossed them in one by one, watching until nothing was left but ash. I knew then that he was hiding something, and I wasn't the only one. Vivian came to me the next night, her face pale, her voice a whisper. "Benjamin," she said, "I don't think Mom just got sick." I swallowed. "What do you mean?" She hesitated. Then, finally, she said it. "I think Dad did something to her." I felt my stomach drop. Because deep down, I had already thought the same thing. We just had to prove it. After my mother's death, I started noticing small things. The way my father moved through the house and collected precise unshaken. The way he avoided talking about her unless absolutely necessary. The way his hands never shook at the mention of her name. Grief makes people messy, unpredictable. But my father, he was controlled. Almost too controlled. Vivian noticed it too. She was 16, old enough to see through him in a way I couldn't yet. She had always been the sharp one, the one who knew how to ask the right questions. But now her questions weren't just curiosity. They were dangerous. "What was in the tonic, Dad?" she asked one evening, standing in the kitchen doorway. My father looked up from the newspaper, his expression unreadable. "It was medicine." "What kind of medicine?" "A herbal remedy. I told you that already." Vivian crossed her arms. "Where did you get it?" A pause. Too long of a pause. "I made it myself," he said finally. "It was supposed to help her." Vivian didn't say anything at first, then she asked the question that made my father's jaw tighten. "Why did you burn it?" He set the newspaper down slowly. "Excuse me?" "I saw you," she said. "I saw you outside last night. You burned the medicine. You burned the papers." "Why?" Something flickered in my father's eyes. Something cold. "You should go to bed," he said, his voice quiet even. "This conversation is over." Vivian didn't push. Not then, but later that night she knocked on my bedroom door. "We need to find out what he was giving her," she said. I hesitated. "How?" She glanced toward the hallway, making sure our father wasn't awake. "He threw away all of her things," she whispered. "But Mom always kept records." That was true. My mother was meticulous. She had journals, sketchbooks, stacks of notes on every plant she ever worked with. If anyone had written down what was in the tonic, it would have been her. We just had to find it. The next morning, while my father was at work, we started searching. Vivian went through my parents' bedroom, careful not to disturb anything. I checked the study, running my fingers along the shelves, looking for anything that felt out of place. Hours passed. Nothing. Then, finally, Vivian called, my name from the attic. I climbed up quickly, the dust-heavy air making my throat dry. She was kneeling beside an old wooden chest, the lid propped open. Inside there were sketchbooks, old photographs, stacks of notes. Some of them were faded, the edges curling with age. Vivian pulled out a small, leather-bound journal and flipped through the pages. Then she stopped. Her face went pale. "Benjamin," she whispered. "Look at this." I moved closer. The page was filled with delicate handwriting, my mother's careful script. She had written about the tonic and what she suspected it was doing to her. "I feel weaker every day. Gregory insists it's part of the process, that the herbs need time to work. But I'm not sure. My body feels wrong." I tried to stop taking it. He noticed. He got upset. "I think something is happening to me. I think Gregory is lying." My stomach twisted. Vivian turned the page. There was more. A list of ingredients. Some of them were harmless and chamomile, valerian root, ginger, but one word stood out among the rest. A plant neither of us recognized. Belladonna. I felt my breath catch. Isn't that poisonous? Vivian's fingers tightened around the paper. Yes, she whispered. A shadow passed over the attic window. We both turned. Our father's car was pulling into the driveway. We had found the truth, but now we had to survive it. The attic air felt thicker as Vivian and I stared at the journal in our hands. The walls around us seemed to close in, pressing down on us with the weight of what we had just found. Belladonna, poison. It had been in the tonic. The one Dad had made. The one Mom had begged to stop taking. I heard the crunch of gravel outside. My father's car door slammed shut. Vivian snapped the journal closed, her fingers trembling. We have to hide this, she whispered. I nodded, my throat dry. My heartbeat thundered in my ears as I scanned the attic. Where? Where could we put it? Vivian grabbed an old shoebox, shoved the journal inside, and pushed it behind a stack of dusty books. Footsteps sounded below us. The front door creaked open. Vivian? Benjamin? His voice was calm, but I heard something beneath it. A quiet, deliberate edge. Vivian put a finger to her lips. We moved carefully, stepping over creaky floorboards as we made our way to the attic door. The hallway below was empty. Vivian climbed down first, then reached up to help me. My foot slipped on the last rung, and I barely caught myself before crashing onto the floor. The noise was too loud. My father's footsteps paused, then started toward us. Vivian grabbed my wrist and pulled me down the hallway. We rushed into my room, shutting the door just as his shadow passed by. A second of silence, then a soft knock. Benjamin? I couldn't move. Vivian pressed a hand to my back, signaling me to breathe, but my chest felt too tight. The doorknob twisted, but it was locked. Another pause. Then my father's footsteps retreated down the hall. Vivian exhaled slowly. We need to get that journal out of the house, she whispered. I nodded, but my mind was spinning because now there was no doubt. Our father had been killing her, and she had known. That night, the house felt wrong. The air was stale. The silence and too deep. I kept replaying the journal entries in my mind. Mom's careful handwriting. The growing fear in her words. Vivian and I had made a plan. At dawn, we would go back to the attic, grab the journal, and take it to someone who could help. But something was gnawing at me. A memory. The veal. The small glass bottle I had seen near her body. The one Dad had hidden in his pocket before. The paramedics arrived. If it was still somewhere in the house, it could prove everything. I had to find it, even if it meant facing him. I waited until after midnight. The house was silent, except for the soft hum of the refrigerator and the occasional creak of the old wooden floors. My father's study door was closed, the light underneath it dim. I took a slow breath and stepped into the hallway. I knew where to look. There was a cabinet in his study, a locked drawer he always kept his personal things in. I reached for the doorknob. Unlocked. Something about that felt wrong, like he had been waiting for me. The study smelled like old books and the faintest trace of my father's cologne. The cabinet was against the far wall. I moved quickly, careful not to disturb anything else. I tugged at the drawer. It was stuck. No. Locked. My stomach twisted. I hadn't thought this far ahead. I didn't have a key. I didn't. A shadow moved behind me. I froze. You shouldn't. Be in here, Benjamin. His voice was quiet. Steady. I turned slowly. My father stood in the doorway watching me. I couldn't move. Couldn't breathe. Because for the first time in my life, I wasn't sure if he would let me leave. I couldn't speak. My father stood in the doorway, the dim glow from the hallway casting long shadows across his face. He wasn't angry. Not yet. But his expression was unreadable, like he was deciding something. "I asked you a question, Benjamin." My hands clenched at my sides. The locked drawer was right behind me, but I didn't dare turn toward it. He knew why I was here. My voice cracked. I forced myself to sound steady. I was looking for something of Mom's. His head tilted slightly, as if considering that. "Your mother's things are gone." That wasn't true. Vivian. And I had found her journal, her words, her fear, her suspicions about him. And now I was standing in his study, inches from the proof that he had lied about everything. He took a slow step forward. I barely stopped myself from stepping back. "Do you think I don't know what you and your sister have been doing?" His voice was so calm, so measured, but there was something beneath it. A quiet warning. I swallowed hard. We just want to understand." He let out a small breath, almost a laugh, but without humor. "There's nothing to understand." His hand moved toward the drawer. The locked one. I knew I had seconds before he took whatever was inside and made it disappear forever. So I did the only thing I could think of. I lunged. I grabbed his wrist before he could reach the handle. For a second he didn't react, as if he was so surprised that I had actually touched him that he didn't know what to do. Then his expression shifted. His other hand grabbed my arm, fingers digging into my skin, hard. "You don't want to do this, Benjamin." His grip tightened. And in that moment I knew what my mother had felt in those final weeks. That quiet, creeping realization that the man she had trusted, the man she had married, had built a life with, had had children with, was not who she thought he was. I yanked back, breaking free, and before he could stop me, I reached for the drawer. I pulled. The lock snapped, and inside, lying in the back, half covered by a stack of old letters, was the vial. For a second, neither of us moved. The glass bottle was smaller than I remembered, but it was the same one. The one I had seen next to my mother's body. The one he had taken before anyone else could see it. And now it was in my hands. I turned it slowly. The dark liquid inside had dried up, leaving behind a sticky residue along the sides. But there was enough. Enough for someone to test it. Enough to prove what he had done. My father's breath was too slow, too even. "Give it to me, Benjamin." I shook my head. His lips pressed together. I had never seen him lose control before. My father didn't yell or shout, but the way he looked at me then, like I was something that needed to be handled, contained, silenced, was worse. His hand moved toward me. I ran. I shoved past him, my shoulder knocking against his, my feet slamming against the floor as I tore out of the study and down the hall. I heard him following. Fast. I hit the stairs and took them two at a time, gripping the banister as I stumbled forward. The front door was just ahead. If I could just... A hand grabbed the back of my shirt. I was yanked backward. The world tilted. I hit the floor. Hard, my head snapping back against the wood. The vial flew from my hand, rolling across the hallway. I scrambled, crawling toward it. But my father was faster. He grabbed my wrist, pulling me up. Too hard, too rough. I twisted, kicking out, barely managing to slip from his grip. Vivian's voice cut through the air. "Benjamin!" I turned, gasping. She was at the top of the stairs, her face pale, her eyes locked on the vial, where it had come to a stop against the base of the wall. My father followed her gaze, and that was his mistake. Vivian moved first. She grabbed it. Before he could, she backed away, holding it tightly in her hand, her fingers trembling but firm. And for the first time, I saw fear in my father's eyes. He knew it was over. Vivian didn't stop moving. She shoved the front door open. Cold air rushed in, biting at my skin as she yanked me outside, the vial still clutched in her grip. We ran, straight into the woods, where the trees closed in behind us, where the air was thick with the scent of pine and damp earth. I didn't know where we were going, I just knew we had to get away, because the man in that house, the one still standing in the doorway, his silhouette too still, too composed, watching us disappear into the dark, that wasn't our father, not anymore. And we had just sealed his fate. Vivian and I ran until our lungs burned, until the cold air felt like it was slicing through our throats. The trees stretched tall around us, their branches clawing at the night sky. Every step I took felt like it wasn't far enough, like at any moment I'd hear his footsteps behind us, feel his hand closing around my wrist again, pulling me back into the house, into his world. But the woods stayed silent. Still, I didn't stop running. Neither did Vivian. She held the vial so tightly in her fist that I thought it might break. We both knew what was inside, the last piece of proof we needed. And if we lost it, if it shattered, then my father would walk away from this like he had walked away from everything else. We wouldn't let that happen. Lights flickered through the trees ahead. The outline of a house. Our neighbor's house. Half a mile from ours, the one we had walked past 100 times. We stumbled out of the woods, our legs nearly giving out from exhaustion. I pounded on the door until my knuckles ached. The porch light flared on. Mrs. Henderson opened the door, eyes wide with shock. "What on earth?" Vivian shoved the vial into her hands. "Call the police." The next hours blurred together. The sirens came first, tearing through the quiet night. Red and blue lights washed over the trees, flashing through the windows. The air felt heavier with each moment, like we were all waiting for something to break open. And then the officers walked into our house. They found my father sitting in his study, waiting. He didn't fight, didn't argue. He just smiled. That same calculated smile I had seen my whole life, the one that made me feel like I was the one who didn't understand something. "I only wanted to help her," he said as they cuffed his hands behind his back. "She was weak. I was trying to make her stronger." His voice was calm, too calm. I wanted to scream at him, wanted to hit him, wanted to demand why he had done it, why he had let us suffer in that house with him, why he had looked at us like we were the crazy ones when he was the one who had killed her. But I didn't say anything, because for the first time, it didn't matter what he said anymore. They had proof now. The toxicology report confirmed it. The tonic had contained belladonna, in doses that would slowly poison someone over time. He had done it on purpose. The trial was a spectacle. People whispered about him in the hallways, about how he had fooled everyone, about how a man so calm, so intelligent, so well-respected, could do something so monstrous. Vivian testified. She read Mom's journal aloud. Her voice was strong, steady, even when she got to the part where our mother had written, "I think Gregory is lying." The prosecutor laid out every piece of evidence, the medical records, the missing financial accounts, the discrepancies in my father's story, and the vial. The thing he had hidden because he knew it was the only thing that could prove what he had done. His lawyer tried to argue that it had been an accident, that my mother had been sick, that she had taken the tonic willingly, that he had been desperate to save her. But the jury saw through it. They saw the coldness in his eyes, the way he sat through the trial, unmoved, unaffected, like none of this really touched him. The verdict came down swift and final. Guilty manslaughter. 15 years. It didn't feel like enough, but it was something. Vivian and I didn't go to the sentencing. We sat outside the courthouse, watching the reporters swarm the entrance, waiting for the monster inside to be let out in cuffs. Vivian was quiet for a long time before she spoke. "He never loved her, did he?" I didn't know how to answer. That because I wanted to believe he had in some twisted way. But when I thought back to that morning in the greenhouse, the way he had stood there, watching her body like it was just another problem to be solved, another thing he had controlled until it slipped through his fingers, I knew the truth. My father had never loved anyone, not the way he should have. And now, he had nothing left to control. After everything, I couldn't go back to the house. Stayed with Vivian for a while, in a small apartment on the other side of town. The first night there, I didn't sleep. I kept waiting to hear footsteps in the hallway, to see his shadow in the doorway, to wake up back in that house, back in that life. But morning came, and I was still free. Vivian and I never talked much about what happened after that. Some things didn't need to be spoken aloud. Some things stayed with you no matter how far you ran from them. The house was sold. We burned what was left of my father's things. The only thing I kept was my mother's journal. Some nights I still hear the wind moving through the trees, the way it used to sound in the mornings before she died, and I think about how different things could have been. If she had married someone else, if she had listened to her fear sooner, if we had seen the truth before it was too late. But we had survived, and he would never hurt anyone again.